Let's go live, y'all. Amber Guyger, part one, trial. Let's go.
High quality beats.
Before riding, I wired up gases and chlorine. Drop crack in the 80s. Try to make my people all fiends. They lock us up, kill us off, and get off like it's nothing. They give you the tools you need to self-sabotage and destroy your dreams. I say, fuck the government. One time, fuck the government. A little louder, fuck the government. They hear you, fuck the government. They whitewash our kids in these schools, pledging they believe the land of the free. Don't include me in my community. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Fuck the government, cause they stay on that bullshit. Breaking up families using a joint child support to conquer and divide. And at the same time, they at these schools programming our kids in from birth. Massive shots filled with mercury and shit. Why can't they just let us live? Why do they despise us and their only answer is to kill? Man, let's be real, addicted to this knowledge like it's crack. So I'm only speaking facts. Still from the poor and call it tax. Harvest is mainly rap. Give a nigga life just for a sack. Demonize our heritage and call it facts. They call us savages like that's how we act. Been 400 years and we still under attack. Ancestors buried without a plaque. But America was built off their back. You tell me be quiet when I snap. But it just ain't America. It's all over the map. So fuck the government. Fuck the government.
Before riding, I wired up gases and chlorine. Drop crack in the 80s. Try to make my people all fiends. They lock us up, kill us off, and get off like it's nothing. They give you the tools you need to self-sabotage and destroy your dreams. I say, fuck the government. One time, fuck the government. A little louder, fuck the government. They hear you, fuck the government. They whitewash our kids in these schools, pledging they believe the land of the free. Don't include me in my community. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
It's really so despicable. The police are reaping criminals. No longer word of mouth, because now it's also visible. Killing innocent people has now become permissible. In fact, it happens every day, almost like a ritual. Your job is to uphold the law like you were sworn to do. Not to use every nigga as target practice to shoot. Were you bullied as a kid? Or daddy never loved you? Shit, tell me what it is, cause this just ain't gon' work. Bitch, you ain't God, cause you got that badge on your shirt. You clock in every day like the next man to work. So get off that high horse and stop using your power to tear people down. Right now, your only plan is to devour. My heart goes out to everyone that lost a loved one to a coward ass cop with a motherfucking gun.
Before riding, I wired up gases and chlorine. Drop crack in the 80s. Try to make my people all fiends. They lock us up, kill us off, and get off like it's nothing.
What's good, Raw family? I forgot to unmute myself. What's good, Raw family? So, yeah, let's get started on this Amber Guyger trial. Let me see. I want to play the 911 phone call first before we get started. Let me see. It's not supposed to be there. That's not supposed to be there. Let me get rid of some of this bullshit before we get started. I don't want no confusions or nothing. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Let me see. Yeah, because I want to play the 911 phone call really quick. this will be involved in the trial or whatever, but I just wanted to, I thought that we should definitely, look at this before we get started. Pretty much we're going to start at the beginning and then catch up or whatever. I ain't tripping. Let's go.
4. This is going to be a business records affidavit. Is that signed by you?
Yes.
All right. And were you authenticating this CD, which is the 911 call that was received on September the 6th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to hear this call before, is that right?
Yes.
And is that call, when someone calls 911 and you're put onto the phone with the person making the call, is that entire call recorded?
Yes.
When you heard this, did you recognize your voice on it?
Yes.
And did the person who was calling in identify themselves as Amber Guyger?
Yes.
Did you make any additions, deletions, or any kind of edits to this recording whatsoever?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit number 4. It's been under business records affidavit since May 7th of 2019. And I believe it's also the product of a stipulation. And Ms. Rivera, while I'm up here, are you familiar with these records called the Incident Detail Report generated by the Dallas Police Department when 911 calls are dispatched?
Yes.
All right. And does it contain certain documented computer timestamps for various critical events?
Yes.
All right. And are these documents relied upon in your business? So say, for example, you were to get in trouble because you took so long to dispatch a call, or an officer took so long to respond to a call. Are these the records that would be pulled to actually verify the times that actually occurred?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to offer State's Exhibit number 5 for all purposes, also under business records affidavit since May 7, 2019. Sure.
This clip is kind of short. It's only 14 minutes long. And again, this is the 911 phone call in the Amber Guyger case. And basically, the call is played during the trial. We will see that as well. But I thought we would start with this. And the dispatcher, which is this lady, is going to talk about taking that call. So before we jump into the Amber Guyger trial and listening to the opening statements of the prosecution and the defense, let's first listen to this 911. Hey, Rachel. I don't know why I got quiet, but they made the courtroom quiet right quick. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
Yellow sticky will be removed, Judge. Okay, let's start with State's Exhibit number 5. On this particular occasion, when a telephone dials 911, obviously the telephone is activated before, especially if it's a cellular phone, before it actually is received by your police department, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. But when your police department received the 911 call that we're going to play for the jury in a moment, can you tell the jury what time that phone call came in?
21:59 with 10 seconds.
All right, so that's going to be in that's military time. In regular time, that's 9:59:10.
Yes.
Okay? And did officers immediately get dispatched to that particular call?
It gets sent to dispatch, which we call phase the call. That way, it starts the process of getting officers dispatched as well as EMS.
Okay? And so does this indicate that the first officers were dispatched at 22:46?
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to be about a minute and 36 seconds later.
Yes.
All right? And does this indicate that the first officers arrived on the scene of the Southside Flats at 22:01:18?
Yes.
That's going to be 10:01:18.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right. So we're talking about a response time of about 2 minutes after the call, after the phone at DPD rings, until the first officer arrives. We're talking about 2 minutes.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish the 911 call at this time?
Yes. A lot of people had said that they liked the
And Your
judge
Honor,
in
for
this
demonstrative
case.
purposes, I'd like to offer
So we'll
statement
see.
number 4A. It's going to be a transcript of the 911 call already in evidence. I'd like to hand one out to each of the jurors so they can follow along if they wish or not.
They keep muting the shit, and then they forget to turn it up to where it was before. Okay, come on. Fuck me. Speeding along a little bit.
Do you need police as well or just the EMS?
Yes, I need both.
Okay, what's the address?
I'm at apartment number 1478. I'm in 1478.
And what's the address there?
It's 1210 South Lamar, 1478. Yes.
What's going on?
I'm an off-duty officer. I thought it was in my apartment, and I shot a guy thinking it was my apartment.
You shot someone?
Yes, I thought it was my apartment. I was fucked. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Okay, and where are you at right now?
I'm in, what do you mean? I'm inside the apartment with him. Hey, come on.
What's your name?
I'm Amber Guyger. I need to get me, I'm in,
Okay, we have help on the way.
I know, but I'm with my dog. I thought it was my apartment.
Okay,
Hey, man.
hold on.
Fuck.
Okay, stay with me, okay?
I need a supervisor. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. I thought it was my apartment.
I understand. We have help
I
on the
thought
way.
it was my apartment. Hurry, please.
We're on our way.
I thought it was my apartment. I thought it was my apartment. I could have sworn I parked on the third floor.
Okay, I understand.
No. I thought it was my apartment. That was my apartment. That was my apartment. I thought it was my apartment.
And then what's the gate code there?
I don't know. I thought it was my apartment.
They're trying to get in there. You have an officer there, you don't know the gate code?
No. I thought it was my apartment. I thought it was my apartment.
Okay, and what floor are you in right now?
The fourth floor. Fourth. Hey, bud, they're coming, bud. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, where was he shot?
He's on the top left.
Okay, you're with Dallas PD, right?
Yes. Oh my god, I'm dead. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Hey, bud.
They're trying to get there to you, okay?
I know. Is it okay, bud? Holy fuck.
They're almost there. They're already there. They're trying to get to you.
I thought it was my apartment. Holy fuck. I thought it was my apartment. Oh my god.
This lady is trash.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
the officers that made it to the apartments.
Yes.
Is that why you said you deal with the police
Go ahead.
officers? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the communication between you and Ms. Guyger came to an end?
Yes.
Okay. And just, I think it's just coincidentally, but right before you yesterday was another witness by the last name Rivera. You're not like sister or any relation with him, right?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to pass you to the defense, okay?
Hi, Ms. Rivera, Robert Rogers. I just have a few questions for you. When you get a call that comes in, then you're communicating with police and fire. Are those separate places? How do you communicate with each entity?
They're both in the same call sheet. Once you call phase it, they both get sent, one to DMS and one to dispatch, police dispatch.
And as soon as you're getting the call, you're typing in information that's going to each entity, correct?
Yes.
And then you're expecting each to respond. And she makes it clear she needs police and EMS, correct?
Yes.
And there were some issues. You're going to be on the phone until one of those entities gets there. Is that correct? Because you want to make sure that the loop is closed, that help is called for, and that help arrives. Correct?
Yes.
And so you're trying to gain information, and there was some, obviously there was some confusion trying to get the officers to her location. Correct?
Yes.
And so the officers were on scene, and there was some time that passed that you're getting information that the officers are on scene, and you're relaying that to Ms. Guyger. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then eventually we hear, that she says over here, and the officers arrive on scene, and then your loop is closed. You let the police and EMS take over from there, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's basically that. Now we're going to go to the Law and Crime Network. I love this channel, but this is also on it's at the top, WFAA as well, so salute to both of them. Hold on, let me see. I'm going to find the thing. All right, this is the opening statements, you guys, for the Amber Guyger case. I, again, just wanted to play the 911 situation or whatever, just to give people a recap of possibly the case. But Amber Guyger had taken the defendant's life. Amber Guyger was the police, and she allegedly thought she was walking into her apartment and actually was walking into his. And I believe this is in Dallas, Texas, where this took place. And like G-Dup had said, salute to King G-Dup, had said that basically, she was allowed to work for a long time after this. I mean, this situation happened roughly about 2 years ago, right? And essentially she was allowed to keep her job, was not really charged with nothing for a while. And then, the hands of justice spoke or whatever. So let's, pay attention to this trial. I do love watching trials, so we will have many more. And I do actually have other trials. Another trial that I looked at, the Tiffany Moss trial, but at that time I wasn't leaving my commentary, but it was requested. And I like doing this. I really like building with you guys and going over these cases with you guys, as a family and stuff like that. So without further ado, Amber Guyger trial, prosecution, opening statements. Let's hear it.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I assure you, we do intend to feed you in as much as we are not letting you move about. I'm assuming that the person may have had some difficulty getting in the building. I don't know. But I did want to do a little bit of work in the meantime, because I know that in as much as we are sequestering you every minute counts, and every minute that we waste is a time away from your family. So I don't want to do that. With that being said, is the state ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Defense counsel, are you ready?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would, please raise your right hands to be sworn. All of you. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Amber Guyger, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. You may put your hands down. You're very quiet. That's the only time you get to talk. Okay? From this day forward, or from this time forward, you get to listen and observe. Okay? And as soon as I'm notified that your food is here, I will take a break and allow you to have lunch. And thank you for your patience with me. That being said, Mr. Hermes, would you please arraign the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm going to read you the true bill of indictment. This puts you on notice of the elements that the state has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt, and it makes the defendant formally aware of the charges against her. True bill of indictment. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the July term AD 2018 of the 194th Judicial District Court for said county, upon its oath do present in and to said court at said term, that Amber Guyger, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 6th day of September 2018, in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully then and there, intentionally and knowingly cause the death of Botham Jean, an individual.
Yeah, Tiffany Moss didn't have an attorney because she didn't want one, but I still covered the trial. It's up on my other page, Queen Supreme.
Hereinafter called deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon. And further, did unlawfully then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to Botham Jean, hereinafter called deceased, and did then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon. It did thereby cause the death of Botham Jean, an individual, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
And to that charge, what is your client's plea?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client, Amber Guyger, is not guilty.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state and the defense have the opportunity to make an opening statement to you. The opening statements are not facts. They are simply an overview of what each party believes the evidence may show. With that being said, will the state make an opening argument?
We will, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say before I begin on
No, Billy the Kid, I am from Chicago, but I live in Minnesota.
behalf of the District Attorney's Office and this dedicated team of prosecutors, and even more importantly, on behalf of the family of Botham Jean, Allison, Bertram, Brant, Elisa, and the rest of the family, we sincerely thank you for your service in this particular case. Now, the state of Texas, we've been waiting to present our evidence to a Dallas County jury for more than a year now, so I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I want to introduce the complainant to you. This is Botham Shem Jean. By all accounts, Bo was a wonderful, decent...
Y'all make sure that y'all are, I know that they be hating and shit, but like, let me unsubscribe to this channel, right? So you subscribe to the channel, well, I don't know, but it ain't doing it on here. But you could set, make sure you hit the bell or whatever, and make sure that the bell is set for always. Sometimes you will get, if you hit the bell, it will only give you sometimes donations, never or always or whatever. Make sure you hit always. But yeah, I don't know, YouTube be hating. You know what I'm saying? But Miss Meat and those that are in the IG group chat for the royal family or whatever, the Truth Terrorists, make sure that you guys check there sometimes or whatever. Hopefully I can get a community post over here on this channel soon, so that I can, you gotta have 1,000 subs or whatever, so that's what I'm really working for. I'm not gonna monetize this channel, but I do want that community tab section or whatever, so I can let you guys know what's going on.
decent, kind man.
But until we get one, make sure that you guys are still subbed to my Queen Supreme and my Queen Supreme 369 channel. Hold on. Let me go over here so I can just show y'all or whatever. while we go in there, because I have community tabs over there. And then you can, yeah, I put in Cash Me Out. It still comes under Cash Me Out because I just recently changed my name. So this is my channel right here. You can find a lot of, I had posted, don't worry about the top part or whatever, but we look into a lot of cases for those that are new and stuff like that. Like, we could go on for days. You feel what I'm saying? Looked into a lot of serious topics. You know what I mean? Somewhere in here, there's an interview with, an interview with a mother of a sex trafficking victim, tells her story. We've done a lot of work in this area and stuff like that. Again, don't worry about the top part. I just moved a lot of this stuff over here to, just repost or whatever. But there's some comedy over here or whatever. But this channel is, like this channel as well. And then, hold on, let me see. For those that are new, because right now we're just over here because they had made it so I couldn't go live from this channel for like 90 days or whatever. So we still got like 80 days or something like that. I ain't legit counting it down or nothing. But then you got another channel over here. Same type of shit. Sometimes I double post over here because they be targeting my channels. But there are some videos that are not over on the other one. Some short ones of, a video that may be longer on the other channel. So I just put the short version up here. And I think that's what I'm going to do going forward. And then you got Cash Me Out. And for those that are new, that's why sometimes some people call me Cash and then some call me Queen and stuff, because that is my artist name. So you can find comedy and music over here. I'll be adding to this soon. This, I only had to move this here because I had another channel that was called Cash Me Out. I am Queen Supreme, and YouTube had took it down. So these are just ways, to get a hold, to see me or whatever. And like I said, on both of these channels, I have a community tab. And basically all you do is when you go to the screen or whatever, you just go to community. And then you can see that I had just posted already the link or whatever. So if, you're not sure, this is a good way to, while we don't have a community tab on this channel yet. If you hit like the notifications or whatever, whenever I post in the community tab, you'll get a ding. You know what I'm saying? So make sure that y'all, go over there and sub if you're new to the channel or whatever. Because this is kind of temporary, that this channel, but I do like having several channels since YouTube does target me and my content a lot. So that just going forward, just to let you guys know. But, a lot of it just be YouTube fucking playing around and shit like that, But anyway, let's get back into it. I see you, Coco. Welcome back, boo.
On September the 6th of 2018, Bo was 26 years old, and he was sitting inside his apartment, the sanctuary of his own home at the Southside Flats. He was doing no harm to anybody, which was his wife. As a matter of fact, the evidence is going to show you that he was sitting in his living room in shorts and a t-shirt, watching TV, eating a bowl of vanilla ice cream. What any one of us would have been doing. When all of a sudden, Amber Guyger comes through his front door, uninvited. The light from the hallway must have flooded his apartment. The noise from the door must have scared him to death. As Bo was trying to get up off the couch to find out what this intruder is doing coming into his home, she's leveling off her gun, having acquired her target. And she
Hey, Predam. Salute, much love.
Shoots at him twice. No opportunity for de-escalation. No opportunity for him to surrender. Bang, bang, rapid, double tap. One of these bullets, we don't know which one hit him. We know there were two shots. One of them landed where it was aimed. The other one goes past Bo, goes through his back wall and into the darkness of the city behind. Thank God nobody else was hurt, because it's all residential behind there. The other bullet takes a very remarkable downward course, which is going to be indicative of the trajectory, and that's going to be very important. Hits Bo in the chest just above his left nipple. The path of that bullet goes down into his heart, does absolutely devastating damage. Goes through his lung, goes through his stomach, goes through his intestine, until it finally comes to a rest in what's called the psoas muscle, which is halfway between his stomach and his back, in a dense pack of muscle. This path is very revealing because it is consistent with the fact that Bo was getting up from his seated position and facing the door as Amber Guyger was coming into his home. The only other reasonable position that would explain that kind of a path is equally as innocuous for Bo. It would place him in a cowering position, hiding behind a 3-foot wall, a few feet in front of him that separated him from the shooter. Now, the effect of this bullet was catastrophic. Bo had, as in medical examiner parlance, had a couple of steps of purposeful movement left in his body before he fell to the ground. And there he lay, on his back, in his home, bleeding to death, alone with his killer. So you might be asking yourself, as did we, how does Amber Guyger come to be standing over the dying Botham Jean, an unarmed man in his own apartment, having just shot him? Well, in order for us to get that answer, we began to work right away, reconstructing her day on September the 6th. So, we're going to get into that in a second, but I'm going to tell you the short answer is simply this. In the last 10 minutes of Bo's life, Amber Guyger made a series of unreasonable errors and
I wouldn't be surprised, Patty. I really wouldn't, because you know how these police get some type of gratitude or whatever, even when they murder people or whatever. I would not be surprised, because Patty said how much you want to bet that he gets involuntary manslaughter. I would not be surprised at all.
unreasonable decisions and unreasonable choices. The kind of choices and decisions that only she could have stopped the errors from happening again and again and again, and she did it. And for her errors, for her omissions, Botham paid the ultimate price. September the 6th, 2018 for Amber Guyger started pretty much like any other Thursday. She lived in the Southside Flats apartment, the same apartment complex as Bo. She lived in apartment 1378. He lived in apartment 1478. She was on the 3rd floor, Bo was on the 4th floor. One right on top of the other. Based on the data we have available, it looks like she was up around 7 a.m. Her work starts at 8. She had moved into this complex about 2 months before. At the time, she was assigned to the crime reduction team of the Dallas Police Department, a 5-year police veteran with the Dallas Police Department. She gets into work shortly before 8. She gets her body cam on, and her usual hours for work are 8 to 4 p.m. Now, it's not unusual at all for members of the CRT team to be working overtime. You're going to hear from the evidence that it's not uncommon in police work for officers to work long hours. They receive the training, hopefully they're in the physical condition, and they got the mental acuity to do that job. She had proven her worth. That is actually a very distinguished position for her to have made it onto the CRT team. Now, they already know, this team, that there's a very good chance that overtime on this particular day is going to happen. And it's not like overtime like what we have to face, where we dread it. Officers often seek out overtime opportunities because the pay is very lucrative. Amber Guyger was one of them. On this particular day, they know because SWAT has approached the team and said that they want to go in and arrest some robbers and they've asked for the help of CRT. And so sure enough, this plan becomes a reality. So for the most part, in the morning of September the 6th, Amber Guyger and her partner, Martin Rivera, they're trying to lay low so that they don't get into something that will make them not be able to contribute. Around noon, they meet at the central substation where they're briefed by SWAT.
Patricia, he was found guilty. He was found guilty in the court of law. He got, found guilty or whatever. The jury found him guilty on 3 charges. So we just wrapped up in that. We'll come back when they have some updates or whatever in that. Today we moved on to the Amber Guyger trial, which Amber Guyger was a police in Dallas who had walked into Botham Jean's apartment, I believe his last name was, and shot him, claimed that she thought it was her apartment, and this, that, and the fifth. So we're just looking at the opening statements. This opening statement for the trial, a lot of these are, far as the minutes of the videos, are very short compared to the Richie situation or whatever. We're 10 minutes in on the opening statement of Amber Guyger, and this video is 34 minutes, and this is just the prosecution's side. So like I said, we can get caught up in this case pretty fast.
Who's going to do what? About 1 o'clock p.m., Amber Guyger and the rest of her CRT team are out on Elsie Faye Higgins Road in a perimeter capacity when SWAT goes into the home and does in fact arrest, I believe it was 3 individuals, notorious robbers. Good job to the police. Thank God no one was hurt on their end or on the citizens' end. 3 people taken into custody. Again, Amber Guyger and the entire CRT team, they weren't in the home, but they played a valuable role in making sure no other cars or people came up on the scene. Right around 2:15 p.m., CRT was asked to transport those 3 prisoners to Dallas Police Department so that detectives can interrogate those individuals and get evidence against them so that they can be prosecuted. Ladies and gentlemen, that is common police practice, not just with the Dallas Police Department, but every police agency in this jurisdiction. When you have a person who is suspected of being part of a crime or being the criminal who actually committed the crime, those individuals are arrested, they're put in handcuffs, they're put in police cars, they're taken to the police department, they're interrogated, and they're put in jail. Except for, as it turns out, police officers. Police officers don't get treated like that. And we're going to talk about that more at trial. So from about 2:30 until 7:45, the CRT team is at Dallas Police Headquarters while the detectives are interviewing these suspects.
And I ain't trying to be funny or nothing like that, but the judge in this trial is black. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how this, I don't know. It'd be different. I ain't trying to, y'all know I don't bring race into shit, right? But in this situation, Amber may be up shit's creek or whatever because of the judge being black, and so far I'm kind of liking this prosecutor or whatever. I'm liking what he's saying. I feel like he's speaking truth or whatever, because oftentimes the police can violate laws and people and they're not held accountable, and like he just said, basically that same thing. Yeah, if it isn't televised, we'll still look into an article or something. 9 times out of 10, I'm not saying that it would be televised like how his trial was, but a little short news clip or something like that for us to expound on, or any information far as article wise.
Let me talk to you about what that's like. Because here's the point that I'm going to make. Amber Guyger worked a long shift that day. She worked a 13-and-a-half-hour shift. But I want you to understand, she wasn't laying asphalt. That's a hard job too. Being a police officer is a hard job. But I don't want to give the impression that she was running around chasing criminals all day long. Most of the day she spent at the Dallas Police Headquarters. It's an office building. Like any office building that we're all familiar with. Climate controlled, food, TVs, break rooms, computers, allowed to play on your phones, text, call. Now, her job, and the job of any officer who was sitting on a prisoner, They need to sit outside the interview room and make sure those prisoners don't act a fool. So it can be dangerous. I take nothing away from that, and I give them their credit. On this day, however, apparently nothing went wrong. It looks like the interviews were conducted safely. Everybody got to go home. But she was there until about 7:45 p.m. After those interviews were over, 4 of the members of the team, one person had to leave, Martin Rivera. He elected not to partake in all of the overtime because he had some sort of an event that he wanted to go to. He was allowed to go. 4 of the members end up taking the 3 arrested individuals to Dallas County Jail, the building that's right behind this one. That also is kind of a mundane job of just kind of transferring your prisoner from the police department to the county sheriff. The prisoners were taken into custody. Amber Guyger and the 3 remaining members of her team did their police reports. They got their arrest approved, and by about 9 p.m., she was heading home. Another member, remember I told you it was 5 to begin with, then it turned to 4 when Martin Rivera left. Now it's down to 3 because Officer Bruce, another member of CRT, he had the opportunity to work an off-duty job. If you'll recall, I said overtime is a very lucrative position. Off-duty jobs pay even more. So he took advantage of that and left. The 3 of them, Guyger, Hellengard, and I believe McPherson, they leave the jail. They head back to the Southeast Patrol Substation in Pleasant Grove. She gets back there shortly before 9:30. She docks her body-worn camera in the recharging station, and she fills out her overtime card. Her overtime card is going to be admitted into evidence. Now, it is going to say that she worked, she wrote it down, 8 until 9:45. That's not accurate. She worked 8 until 9:30. It's not a big deal. I just pointed out because it is a difference, and I don't want you to think that.
I feel totally different about the Kenneka Jenkins case. To me, it was a psyop to begin with. To me, it was fake news. And I say that after I did extensive a lot of videos, a lot of research. I brought a lot of information to the table. I was going for it. I was G'ing for it. But then I was like, this shit don't make sense or whatever. And if you look at the pictures of Kenneka Jenkins, when she, allegedly was younger, the time and the stuff in the picture with her or whatever is like the 70s or whatever. So I think we were got on that case. But, to each their own or whatever. I'd done a lot of videos. A lot of the videos I did are not up now anymore because YouTube had took that channel down on some targeting shit or whatever. It was about a whole other situation or whatever. But I had did a lot of videos on the Kenneka Jenkins situation. So, I mean, that's just my thoughts.
That we're misrepresenting anything to you. Apparently, it's common practice to add in an extra 15 minutes in case they have to remove gear from cars. She didn't do anything untoward, but in fact she...
Right, JT. She definitely could have been irritated about any movement or whatever. JT said she probably had beef with him since her apartment was on top of his. Facts. And then another thing is, this woman is a police officer, so what if, allegedly she had just gotten off of work, went into this apartment that she thought was hers, and seen dude in there, which was his apartment, and shot him. But what would have happened if she would have did some shit like that in the field or whatever? You know what I mean? You got to get your sleep or whatever, especially if you the pigs. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I don't fuck with the cops at all.
She left about 9:30. As she's leaving the substation at 9:30 p.m., she sends a message, a text message. Actually, it's a Snapchat message with a text associated with it to her partner, Martin Rivera. And she says, "Want to touch." So I think it's important for me to take a moment and let you know something else. Amber Guyger had been with CRT about 1.5 years. Most of that time she worked with Martin Rivera. Their relationship was more than just professional. For about the last year, they had been intimate. And that relationship kind of ebbed and flowed. Coming upon more recently into September, it looks like that intimate part of their relationship was kind of ramping back up. But we know from the text messages, starting at about 5:55 p.m., Martin had already left. Remember I told you he had an event to go to? Starting about 5:55 p.m., they begin a text exchange. She's sitting on the prisoner at headquarters. He's wherever it is that he is. And a text exchange begins. This is just a sample. I need you to know this. They were talking multiple times throughout the evening by text, by Snapchat, and by MMS messages. I can't show you the images that they were sending back and forth to each other because the Snapchat application actually deletes those as part of its programming. I also can't show you the MMS images that were sent over her phone because they were deleted a day or two after this particular offense, and we were never able to recover them. But here's a select portion because I think it's very important for you folks to know that after a 13-and-a-half-hour shift, Amber Guyger did not have plans just to go home and crash or take it easy. There were plans that particular evening. Plans that were hatched about 5:55 between her and Martin Rivera. He writes to her, "When can I come over?" She replies, "You can come over after this." Referring to an image that had come across earlier. She indicates to him, "Super horny today too." He replies, "Me too." Then there were a bunch of other conversations going on throughout the night. He was checking in with her every hour and a half, and then she lets him know at 9:29:06, she sends him a text letting him know that she's barely walking out of the police station, followed by this indication, "Do you want to touch?" All right. By implication, clearly, we believe that there was some event, some date, whatever you want to call it, planned.
Wait a minute. So he's saying, because I think I heard this when the shit had happened or whatever, that Botham Jean and Amber Guyger were dating or something, or was finna go on a date? Is that what he just said?
For after this call was over, based on their conversation that was exchanged with text. At 9:38 p.m., Martin Rivera calls Amber Guyger's phone and they begin a 16-minute and 44...
Oh, Martin Rivera? Okay. I'm like, oh, yup. No, her partner. Okay. So this Rivera dude or whatever the hell he was talking about, right? That's her boyfriend. Okay, I was about to say, damn, what the fuck? Damn. Okay, I get it now.
4-second telephone conversation. She is talking to Martin Rivera on the phone. From the substation all the way to...
Why y'all saying partner? Is she LMNOP community? Is she LMNOP community? Y'all saying partner and shit. Why y'all doesn't say boyfriend? Is Martin Rivera a trans or something? I'm worried about it.
She gets to her apartment complex, and even while she parks in the garage. She actually goes into the garage, a controlled, gated environment, and we know that she actually pulls over. She doesn't go in...
Damn, so she was boning her work partner and shit? I'm so confused at this point. So there was text message between her partner at work, right? Her officer partner, right? And they was finna go on a date? Oh, okay. I was like, what? So they was feeling each other for real. This shit crazy. Okay, I ain't know that. I ain't know about that. I knew I had heard that she had some text messages, but I didn't know. Okay, her work partner. That's what cops call each other. Right. No, I feel that. But y'all just kept saying partner, and I low-key forgot that this bitch was a cop, period. You know what I mean? And when I just heard partner, I was like, oh my God, I just felt triggered and shit. But okay.
Whatever the conversation was with her and Martin Rivera required her to pull off the lane of traffic in her parking garage and give him full attention. Maybe she had to write something down. Maybe it was an intense conversation. What we know is that she pulled off. Now, Martin Rivera recalls this conversation simply being about her filling him in on the details of what happened after he left. All right? That's what he recalls it being. I submit to you there was something much more about that conversation. Because prior to that conversation, Amber Guyger was able to effectively do her job all the way until she left. When she got to the police station, she was able to effectively put her body cam up. She was effectively able to put in her overtime card. She was effectively able to get into her car, drive away, carry on a conversation, find her way home, take her gear in, put her gear out. She was operating like a normal person. After this conversation with Martin Rivera, there is a marked difference. That conversation ends at 9:55:21. At this point here, she gets back into the lane of traffic. But what's important, because I'm fixing to go through some of the stuff that happens in a short period of time after that, at 9:55:21, Botham has less than 3 minutes and 44 seconds to live. What happens in this 3 minutes and 44 seconds? Amber Guyger fails to park on the floor that she's supposed to. She drives up to the 4th floor and she parks there instead. That can happen. And I'm going to tell you folks, I'm not trying to be nitpicky. Any number of these things in isolation can be explained. It's the cumulative total and the comparison of her respective attentiveness before and after this call. She parks on the wrong floor. She actually backs into a parking spot in the parking garage on the 4th floor. From her vantage point where she is parked, all the way until she gets out of her truck, she drives a white Dodge pickup truck, and all the way forward until she walks into a skyway that connects to the apartment complex itself, you can see it's an open air garage. You can see the elevation 180 degrees around. You can see the roof line of the apartment complex that you don't see from the 3rd floor. It is a completely different perspective. She fails to recognize that. Just like she fails to recognize that she's parked on the 4th floor. She then enters, well, she goes past a skyway that is also open right to her left and right, where she could look if she chose to, either side, and see, this isn't right. She either doesn't do that or it doesn't register either. She has a key fob that will allow her access to anywhere in the apartment complex. She uses that to walk into the 4th floor hallway. She has to go down 2 very long hallways now in order to get to what she thinks is her apartment. But in fact, she's walking towards Bo. It's a long walk. For someone as young and fit as her, maybe a minute or 2. But a minute or 2 is actually a long time for you to keep on missing repeatedly obvious signs that something is not right. She walks past 16 different apartments and fails to register the number 4 on any single one of them. Next to the door at this apartment complex, there's a lighted sign. And on the lighted sign is the apartment number. It's a little bit different than most apartments. Everyone that I've lived in growing up, they always have the numbers on the door. But she lived there for 2 months. She knew where the apartment numbers were located. And she walked past 16 of those without recognizing. Well, maybe the explanation for that is she doesn't look straight ahead when she's walking. Maybe she looks down. All right? There are floor mat differences. Not major, but enough that you would notice that something isn't right. As she gets to the end of the 1st hallway, there's a sharp left turn. On the 3rd floor, Miss Bly, a neighbor of hers, who lives in that corner apartment, she's got this really pretty decorative planter. It's big. It's tall. It's obvious. At least twice a day, you would think, for the last 2 months, Amber Guyger has walked past that decorative herb. And on this particular evening, it's not there because she's on the wrong floor. Doesn't register. Whatever is on her mind after that conversation has consumed her attention entirely. And she's missing obvious things. She then goes down the rest of the hallway because then she turns left. And she's walking up on Bo's apartment, 1478. And this is the one I really want y'all to hear. Amber Guyger has no floor mat in front of her door. Amber Guyger has nothing but the concrete floor. Gray, concrete floor that looks like the rest of the floor. Botham Jean wanted his apartment to be very noticeable. And he took steps to make sure that happened. In front of Botham's apartment is this extremely obvious bright red floor mat. Right in front of his door. I want to reiterate, Amber Guyger had no floor mat. She walked right up and stepped on top of this as she entered and placed her key fob into the deadbolt lock of Botham Jean's home. Now, unfortunately for Bo, it would seem that he didn't lock his door when he got home that night. We even recognize that it is a possibility that that heavy metal door, when it shut, hit the plate and may have not actually seated, so that you could actually just push the door open. But we know for a fact he didn't lock the door. Not that he should have to, but on this.
Raw honesty, I definitely could do that. We gotta, chop it up or whatever. My email address is queensupreme369@gmail.com. I definitely would do that. I like your videos as well, Queen.
Particular occasion, it sure would have been good had he done it. Now, one of two things happened. Either Amber Guyger immediately assumed that there was an intruder inside what she thought was her apartment, and she decided to go in and engage. Or number two, she completely failed to recognize the reality that she locked her door that morning. And like everything else, she just keeps on going on, missing all these clues. And she enters into Bo's apartment. Once she enters into Bo's apartment, and she sees him, because she definitely saw him because she shot him exactly where she's trained to shoot an individual. Either she thought there was an intruder before, or once she recognized there was what she thought was an intruder after she entered, she departed from her training and her orders as a Dallas Police Department police officer. Their orders and her training are that if you come across a person that is inside of a habitation, like a burglar, if you have the opportunity to safely do so, you are to take a position of cover and concealment and contain that individual and call for backup. These rules are made and designed primarily because that maximizes the safety of the police officer. Incidentally, it also maximizes the safety of the person on the other side of the door. She didn't do that. She makes entry into Bo's apartment. Either she shot him so quickly that she wasn't able to perceive, or she continued to not perceive the fact that his apartment is decorated very differently than hers. She has a huge table, like a half table, I would call it a baker's rack, that is right in her line of sight as that door opens. Bo has nothing like that. God bless Bo, but he was messy. His apartment was cluttered, the whole cabinet, the kitchen counter, covered with stuff. Hers is very neat.
Yeah, I don't know that question, Tansy. I'm sure that somebody in the room can answer that. Tansy said, I missed something. I feel you. I did too. Because I was wondering that as well. How did she enter the apartment? Was the door unlocked? You know what I mean? Did she really think that she just... Oh, wait, it was a key fob. Wait a minute. I'm lost. Wasn't it a key fob to get into the apartment? So was the door just unlocked? Yes, the door wasn't even unlocked. So how did she get in? Wasn't even locked. Okay, wasn't even locked. Got you. Okay, damn. But you had to have a key fob, right, to get in. Like, you had to run it across normally, like if it was locked, right? Or it was the key fob for the car.
And it's not just the sensory details that she's failing to notice unreasonably. She's missing other sensory clues as well. Bo smoked marijuana. His sister's going to talk about why. He does it in his home. His home smells of marijuana. Hers presumably doesn't. She fails to recognize that. All of these things that she's aware of, she just doesn't let them get here. And that failure cost Bo his life. So now Bo is lying, bleeding to death on his floor. She shot him. She calls 911. I'm going to play that 911 call for you. And initially, I felt sympathy for her. And you may too. That's fine. Understand this. You're hearing one side of the story. And you're hearing an unchallenged story. But I think that 911 call is going to be important. Because I think when you listen critically to what she is saying, you are going to hear that she is as concerned or more concerned about how this is going to affect her than this poor guy on the floor next to her. I think this 911 call is going to do two other things that are vitally important. Number one, there had not yet been an opportunity for her to embellish her story. It was too fast. There had not yet been an opportunity for her to think of how I could state what happened in better light for me. And in that 911 call, she tells the call taker exactly why she shot both of them. She said, I shot a guy thinking it was my apartment. I shot a guy thinking it was my apartment. No threat. No recognition of danger. For Amber Guyger, mere presence of someone in her apartment that she thinks is hers means he has to die. And she executed that plan perfectly. She doesn't one time say, he was coming at me. She doesn't one time say, he had a weapon. She doesn't one time say, he was scaring me. He made me fear for my life. None of that. And that's when she would have said it. The reason is because it didn't happen. She shot Bo because she thought he was in her apartment. And that's it. It wasn't like she didn't have the time to say it. Had there been more to the story, she repeated 19 times, I thought it was my apartment. She had the time, and she clearly had the inclination to let the call taker know why she shot him. Not one time did she ever say Bo presented any threat to her at all. The second thing I think is vitally important about that 911 call is it lets you kind of know where she is at now. Because she is transitioning from wherever it is she was mentally to damage control. I think we can all agree on this. No matter what, in the 5 minutes that she's on that 911 call, as Bo is bleeding to death right down there on the floor, she should have been giving 100% of her attention to that man. 100%. Whether she be performing CPR, which she might have done, I don't know. Or even if she was just comforting him in his last moments. She should have made it her point of existence to take care of that man. But you're going to see from the record that at 10:02 p.m., while she's on the phone with 911, while she's in the room alone with both of them, she decides to send text messages to her partner. She writes to her partner, I need you, hurry, at 10:02:25. And then again, she gets the phone, manipulates in such a way so she can send another text to Martin Rivera at 10:03:03 saying, I fucked up. This is Amber Guyger thinking about herself. We also know that when the first responding police officers got there, Amber Guyger wasn't inside taking care of Bo. She was outside in the hallway waiting on.
It is. This is the prosecution's opening statements in the Amber Guyger trial. It's about over these are, like I said, pretty short or whatever. And you guys remember that prosecution always goes first in a trial, right? So prosecution goes first with opening statements, and then the defense will do their opening statement, and then they can rebuttal or whatever, right? And then the trial, portion starts, and then the state calls their witnesses up first, and then the defense can cross-examine, and then when the state rests their case, far as the trial goes, then that's when the defense gets to call up their witnesses, and then the state gets to cross-examine them, and then we move further into the trial. It goes like that all the time because the burden of proof falls on the state. They have to prove that, you know, the defendant of whatever case did whatever that he or she is being accused of. So they're the ones that goes first.
On there. She left that poor man alone in his apartment in his final moments. Incidentally, all of these texts I've shown you and a whole lot more were deleted off of her phone in the day or two after this offense was committed. It was only because we acted so quickly that we were able to preserve this bit of information to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, when we're done this trial, it is my hope and I have the conviction that we are going to have proven this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt. That on September the 6th of 2018, Amber Guyger shot an unarmed man in his home who was doing no harm to anybody. And there will be nothing in law that you will find that justifies her in doing this. When that is the case, the state of Texas is entitled to a verdict of guilty. Because for this kind of crime, there must be a consequence. Thank you.
Will the defense make their opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you anticipate it to be as lengthy as Mr. Holmes'?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm going to take a break and allow the jurors to have their lunch. They've been more than patient. And we will resume at 2 p.m. Promptly.
All right.
Thank you. You all may be seated. And Mr. Rogers, you may proceed with your opening statement.
May it please the court. Amber. Members of the jury. What is about to unfold before your very eyes is nothing short of an epic tragedy. A young man has died untimely. A young woman's life is forever altered. What you will see and hear and experience is the perfect storm of innocent circumstances that all came together. That all came together in the right way.
All right, as you know, I was missing it. My kids, they trying to go outside or whatever and not do their chores and shit. But anyway, so Amber Guyger, trial defense, this is their opening statement right now. So let's go.
Or the wrong way, at the wrong time, that led to this tragedy. Now,
and this happened 2 days ago. This happened September 23rd. The opening statements, the beginning of the trial. So we're not far behind at all, actually.
it's important to see where we are. The sensationalistic headlines of media clickbait, the false narratives that have been publicly pushed about this case are out there. You 16 people have sworn to us, and we have taken you at your word. We have faith in you, and we trust and abide that you will keep that oath, and that you will base your verdict on only what happens in this courtroom. We're going to spend days dissecting what happened in seconds. The state's case, as you have already seen and you get an idea, it was born with a rush to judgment. It grew and evolved into an obsession to win at any cost by any means. And we ask that you not get distracted by things that don't relate to what happened, to what truly happened. Reason and common sense is what we appeal to, and reason and common sense will clearly show you that on September 6, 2018, Amber Guyger firmly and reasonably believed that she was in her own apartment. Amber Guyger firmly and reasonably believed that she had confronted an intruder in her apartment. Amber Guyger firmly and reasonably believed that she had no choice, that she had no options but to use her gun to keep from dying. That was her firm and reasonable belief. All these other things that they try to get you to focus on, we want you to focus on what counts. We've waited 382 days to get our story out.
Damn, 382 days. No, we just watched the prosecutors' opening statements, and we're 3 minutes in to the defense's opening statements of day one of Amber Guyger's trial. So you didn't miss much at all, Cassandra. Thank you for, coming by and chilling with us and shit. Welcome back.
And you are the people that we focus on. You are the people that count.
Hey, Joel.
So what we ask and what we rely on is that you focus on the facts and apply reason and common sense. Amber Guyger was born in...
Oh, damn. Joel said the door was not locked. Okay, right. We knew that. She put her key in and got a red error light. It has to be green if it is the right key. Damn, that's crazy. So, again, somebody had said that the door was, not closed all the way, almost like it was not propped open, but it wasn't, obviously closed all the way. Damn, that's crazy.
Raised in Arlington, Texas. She's still a young woman. She's overcome adversity in her life.
Right, Patty, facts. I'm so tired of the police or anybody acting like, they could just do whatever and it not be held accountable. Patty had said, so if a nurse is exhausted after a 16-hour shift, it's okay to shoot and kill someone? Fuck out of here. What about so if a nurse is exhausted from a 16-hour shift, right, and she's just about to, wrap up with her shit, what if she makes allegedly a mistake or whatever, right, quote unquote, because she's exhausted and, fucking gives a patient the wrong meds or something like that? They should be held accountable. So this man right here, this woman right here, I'm so used to the Granville Ritchie. This woman right here should definitely be held accountable. All these police should be held accountable in reality, especially in this situation, bro. Dude wasn't doing shit. Dude wasn't doing nothing wrong or whatever. She just went up in his house, and then the urn or the vase or whatever that was outside allegedly of the apartment, and then the welcome mat or whatever. Then when you go into the apartment, he had spoke of a baker's rack or whatever that was not there. Miss me with that I'm tired shit. A motherfucker know their house when they see their house. I'm just not buying it.
She's learned to deal with adversity by being resilient and working hard. She went to high school in Arlington, to a very ethnically diverse high school. She was in the orchestra, and she was in an all-female mariachi band. Based on some adversity that she had faced early in her life, Amber learned that police officers help people. She learned that police officers help people in their lowest moments overcome things. And so she developed the seeds of a dream to become a police officer. And like Amber only knows, she knew the only way to get there was to work hard. She went to Tarrant County Junior College. She worked full-time in a department store while going to college. She researched police departments and realized you need college, you need university hours. And so she started going to the University of Texas at Arlington, majored in criminology, working full-time at TGI Fridays, trying to support herself and her dream. Eventually...
Dude, this dude is pathetic as hell, bro. The little shit who's working to support herself and her dream. The fuck out of here. They're trying to make it seem like you have to go through all these hoops and shit to become a cop. Bro, I could have sworn went to the police academy or how it is down there, but where I live, you ain't got to go to college to be a motherfucking police officer.
In the summer of 2014, she graduated from the Dallas Police Department's Academy, class number 336. They give recruits, the rookies, a choice of where you want to go. Amber, based on what other officers had told her, wanted to go to
George, salute to George, man. I love King George, man, for real. He said, bitch was selling pussy on the weekend. She probably was. Shit, she was a multitasking police officer, thought-ass bitch. In reality, in real life, like, I don't know. I guarantee while she was talking about she was tired, if dude would have hit her up and whatever, she would have instantly woke up. I ain't believing it. I just don't believe that shit. This shit's crazy. Again, like, I don't have no respect for the defense. I get it. They got to do the job or whatever. But you know damn well that bitch had shot that man on fucking purpose. Like, what?
Southeast section of Dallas. They send police officers are stationed, patrol officers are stationed in different sections. You have Southeast, Southwest, South Central, Northeast, Northwest, Central. Amber chose the Southeast section because it's one of the most diverse regions in the city, and it allowed her to have the opportunity to help the most people. So she works in patrol at Southeast. She gets a reputation for being a hard worker, for always being willing and able to go above and beyond to get the job done. She knows
Objection, hearsay.
how to talk to people. She knows how to empathize with people. She didn't become a police officer to hand out tickets. She became a police officer to arrest the bad guys and help the victims that truly needed them.
Well, in this case, she had assassinated an innocent man inside of his home, sir. Are you aware of that, sir? Sir, I need you to pay attention to this case, sir. I know your balding head is allowing for a lot of sunlight to fry your pineal gland, but listen, sir.
Eventually, an opportunity came up for her to apply for an interview with the crime response team in the Southeast subdivision. CRT for short. Now, CRT is a proactive unit. Patrol officers mainly are relied upon. They go from call to call to call. Hey, there's a burglary here. Hey, there's a domestic violence situation over here. They're running from call to call to call. Well, the CRT, they want them to be more proactive. So when citizens are calling, complaining about drug dealers in their neighborhood, when citizens and business owners are complaining that their businesses are being broken into, or the investigative units across the city have identified violent felons that they're looking for and need to be arrested, they go to the CRT team and the deployment team. The deployment team, they're in plain clothes. The CRT team, like Amber, are in their uniforms and marked squad cars. She gets selected to be a member of this team. She and Thomas McPherson and William Bruce are the new members of the team, and they join Martin Rivera and Justin Hellengard, who are some of the more experienced members. Amber is drawn to Martin Rivera. He's one of the most experienced members of that unit. He's a hard worker just like Amber. He's got street smarts. She feels like she can learn from him. And so they partner up. And they work long hours together spending a lot of time with each other in a squad car. We're talking a young 20-something female in her upper 20s with a more experienced guy who's good at what he does, and she falls for him. Does that have anything to do with what happened on September 6th? No, but we have to explain it to you. Is that evil for her to fall in love with a guy or fall and develop a relationship with a guy she's around all the time? No. It's a distraction. but we're explaining it to you, putting it in some context. So this unit works a lot of unpredictable hours. The unusual is the usual. The not routine is the routine. Many times they might have detectives that are looking for a group of aggravated robbers. There might be a murderer that they want them to help track down. There might be a child molester that needs to be arrested. So they get with CRT and deployment in that area of town and say, hey, help us find these people. And sometimes they have to go to work early, sometimes they have to stay late, and it's not because they like to get the money. The money they get rewarded for taking overtime, but sometimes it's just plain necessary. The child molesters don't wait, the murderers don't wait, the robbers don't wait. Let's get them arrested, and you might have to work past 4 o'clock. So it's not always an 8 to 4 job. You don't always know what your shift is going to be. On September 6, 2018, the days leading up to that, Amber and her unit were being tasked with helping track down a gang of violent robbers. Guns had been discharged in some of these robberies. These were poor people that they were preying on. These are people that can't just move out of the neighborhood. So they are relied upon, this team is relied upon to help these detectives track these guys down. And that's what was going on in the days leading to September 6th. From Sunday, when she worked her extra job at a church downtown, going into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and by the time she clocked out on Thursday, she had worked 40 hours from Monday through Thursday. 40 hours of differing intensity, but always in a uniform and always doing her job, whatever it was. So on September 6th, Amber was following her normal routine. Her normal routine is she goes to bed, she forces herself to go to bed around midnight. She can't sleep. She has trouble falling asleep constantly. She scolds herself because she blames herself, saying, I'm going to let down my team if I'm tired. And it takes her a while to fall asleep. After a couple hours, she falls asleep, and every day she wakes up at 5:30. Normally, she has her dog Ranger that she walks. Now, in July of 2018, Amber had moved into the Southside Flats apartments. Prior to this time, she'd been a courtesy officer where you get a break on rent, but you're still always called upon to deal with the things that go on in the apartment. Hey, there's this guy down the hall, we think he's up to something. Hey, this person has beer at the pool. You're always having to deal with things like that. She moved in the Southside Flats. It was downtown. It was close to the police department. It was going on her own, and she wasn't going to be a courtesy officer. What she didn't know, and she didn't think about, and none of the tenants at Southside Flats think about, is that it's a confusing place. The parking garage, none of the numbers are clearly marked. You drive around by memory. You park by memory. You park by feel. When you get out of your car, you can take the time to look around and see, okay, is this the second floor? Is this the third floor? But most people don't. That's not reasonable. In fact, after this incident, the investigators interviewed and learned that 93 tenants had unintentionally parked on the wrong floor. 76 of those that lived on floors 3 and 4. When you get out of your car and you walk, there's no number that's posted on the entrance to the hallway. And so you have to go over to the elevator and look to see if you see the number 3, 4, or 2 that's a couple of inches high. Most people don't do that.
Yeah, we moved on to the Amber Guyger trial. We're looking at the defense's opening statements. Question everything. Salute, much love. Yeah, we on a roll, like always.
That's why 92 people reported that lived in Southside Flats reported unintentionally walking to the wrong apartment on the wrong floor. 71 of those that lived on the third and fourth floor, because the higher you go, the more confusing it is. Additionally, 46 tenants had gone to the wrong apartment, just like we learned that Amber Guyger has, and placed their key in the door. They must have ignored the potted plants or the decorative plans of their neighbors or the doormats, or didn't count. 38 tenants that lived on the third and fourth floor reported doing the exact same thing. How is that unreasonable? How is that selfish and evil on Amber Guyger's part? So on September 6th, she wakes up at 5:30. She
Hey, Jahara.
doesn't have Ranger because there was a plan for maintenance to come into the apartment. Ranger's a small dog, but she didn't want Ranger to accidentally get out or harass the maintenance guys. So she had taken Ranger to her mom's place. And so Amber, just out of routine, gets up at 5:30. She gets ready to go to work. Most of the time she would walk Ranger. And some things that Amber had noticed in the couple of months that she lived there was a lot of crime in that area. She followed the stats through work. She was interested in what was going on. There were car break-ins. There were homeless people that would somehow get past the gates and harass people. There were reports of break-ins in that area, in that apartment complex. So Amber was very aware, based on her job and where she lived, that it was, unfortunately, a high crime area. This is all going in her mind when she's living there on September 6th. She gets to work, or she leaves her apartment at about 7:23 a.m. It doesn't take long to get to the southeast substation, which is in the southeast sector off of Jim Miller. Doesn't take her long to get there. She gets to work early. She wants to be prepared. She wants to look at intelligence reports. She wants to plan the day so that by the time she hits detail at 8 o'clock, she's ready and raring to go. On that day, there was a plan to assist SWAT because they had finally tracked down some of these robbers in a house off of Elsie Faye Higgins. SWAT wanted CRT and deployment and a few patrol to watch the perimeter so that they could safely engage these robbers, get into the house, and arrest these people. The morning goes normally. Amber's riding with Martin. They follow their routine. They're looking for activity just like any officer would, but they're not running any special operations. They don't want to get into anything prolonged because their responsibility is to SWAT in this operation. At about 12:30, they go to Central and are debriefed of how this takedown is going to go. And a little while after that, they go to Elsie Faye Higgins and form a perimeter. When you're on the perimeter, you're on alert. Your head is on a swivel because you're protecting SWAT. They need to focus on these guys that are probably armed and they know are dangerous. And so SWAT has to focus on the house. So the CRT and the patrol, like Amber, they have to keep people out. And then once the operation goes down, they don't know how people are going to react. They could possibly have a violent offender coming at them from the other side. And so they're on alert. They're on full guard for whatever goes down. And that's what they do. They form this perimeter. They keep SWAT safe. Luckily, The operation goes as planned, and eventually Amber and Martin transport a suspect to jail. I have to transport them to headquarters and sit on them. They have to sit on these suspects. That's not the most intense part of the job, but it just adds to the day. The day that started at 5:30, the day that ended, that developed into patrolling the area and into an intense situation where you're making sure that your fellow officers and citizens are safe. And so it drags on. They have to, these suspects have to get interviewed. Then they have to take them to jail. And Martin leaves early. He has another, something else to do. So Amber and another CRT member transport a suspect to jail. Well, that's another long process. You have to go through the bookend process. You have to wait in line with them. You have to make sure that they don't act up. This is a aggravated robbery suspect who's probably not happy about where he's going. And so they have to be on guard that whole time. Eventually, Amber gets back to the Southeast substation around 9:30. One of these texts that they didn't show you with Martin was, she says she's sleepy. She says, I'm sleepy. She had asked her supervisor for a day off the next day because she was so tired. She'd worked 40 hours in 4 days doing different responsibilities of a police officer. So in her mind, she was tired and she was going to go home and not have to go to work the next day. Now this speculation that her and Martin had a plan to hook up and be with each other that night is rank speculation. There is nothing to that, and there is no evidence of that. Her and Martin will tell you, they engaged in flirtatious banter all the time. The last time that they had been together sexually was well before this. Sometime in late 2017 was the last time, and we're in September of 2018. So they hadn't had a sexual encounter in months. So to say that it was ramping up is wrong. It's false. It's the opposite. It was ramping down. Amber was trying to move on. She's a 30-year-old female. The relationship with Martin wasn't going anywhere. They were good work partners, and she liked flirting with him. But she was looking for more stability, or for someone who was more available for her. And Martin Rivera will tell you, he has no reason to lie. There was absolutely no plans for him to meet up with her that night. He had never been to that apartment complex before this. He had never visited her there. He didn't know how to get there. He didn't have any plans that night. His plans were to take care of himself. He was going to work the next day. So don't let that distract you. What was going through Amber's mind was just, I'm going home. I'm done with my day of work. I'm exhausted and I'm going home. And that's what she did. Once she clocked out, once she docked her body cam, she left work. All the adrenaline, all the mundane task, everything was behind her, and she went in autopilot. You heard that Plano detective in Bordeaux talk about how sometimes he drove home and didn't know how he got there. Many of you have done that same thing. You go on autopilot and you don't pay attention to everything, but somehow you get home. And so yes, Amber was on the phone with Martin, and they were talking about work things and having a conversation. And she gets into her apartment complex, and she drives, and she's not counting the floors, and there's no numbers. And she keeps driving, and she sees a spot, and she can't believe that there's a spot that's right by the entrance. And she takes it. Was that evil of her to do? Was it evil of her not to count the floors? Was that just a reasonable reaction to, oh my gosh, I found a good spot? She backs into the spot. It's facing the entryway. She doesn't know. She didn't walk over here to see what floor she's on. She just knows. It looks the same. It's dark outside. She didn't do a full 360 scan to see the skyline. She just knows. Everything looks the same. This is my floor. Just like 93 other people had done. She gets out. She has her gear. She has her heavy vest, her lunch pail, and her bag in her left hand, and she's walking to her apartment. She walks the same way that she always walks. She goes through the entryway. Again, there's no number. What you will see when you see pictures of this apartment complex is that there's not numbers on the door. There's not numbers right here. The numbers are in white lights that are up and to the left. Amber's 5'3", 5'3", 120 pounds. There's nothing in her eyesight level that indicates what floor she's on. She would have to stop and look up to see. But everything looks the same. The hallways look the same. She doesn't make a note of her neighbor's floor mats. She doesn't say that, 1373 has pineapples and 1363 has balloons. She doesn't note. No one notes floor mats. And no, perhaps she didn't pay attention to the decorative habits of Mrs. Bly to note that the planter wasn't out in front. But why would she? She's going home. She's worked a long day. She's tired. She's almost home. She's walking the same way she's always walked. It looks the same. The doors are the same. The lights are the same. And she gets to 1478. Something about the door of 1478 you need to know, and it is clear through the investigation, is that the way the strike plate, this metal portion of the door, was installed, it was defectively installed, so it bows out. So when the temperature and the humidity are right,
He blaming the door now. Come on, bro.
then the door doesn't always shut fully. It comes to a close, but it doesn't latch. So that when you push it, it opens. That's not Amber Guyger's fault. That's not an evil act on the part of Amber Guyger. It's unfortunate that that existed, and
But wouldn't her apartment have mirrored his? Like, she lived right, I don't know who lived on top of who, but one of them lived on top of the other one. So her apartment would have been directly identical to his. And I can find all the lamp or the light fixtures or whatever, right? The light switches in my house, even if it's pitch dark. So how the fuck she couldn't have been like, oh, damn, I'm in the wrong motherfucking house. Fuck out of here.
1478. Other circumstances. Both and John had gone to run an errand and had just got back at about 9:34. So when he walked in, he probably didn't check to make sure whether his door fully shut. It's not.
Right, and her apartment had certain shit in front of his and vice versa that, wasn't in front of her house, and like a welcome mat, like she didn't even see that. Come on, bro. I don't even care, bro. You would know that that's not your house.
His fault. There's nothing he did for this to happen to him.
How come none of this shit happens on any other given, you're not going to find another case like this where whether it was the police or not, just a random person just came home from work and, thought they were going into their house, but actually going into the neighbor's house and, accidentally shoots the fuck out of them. Like, fuck out of here. No.
It was just
nice try, sir.
An unfortunate set of circumstances. Amber Guyger's fishing her keys out. She gets her keys out and she gets to the door, and the door looks like her door. She didn't look down at the floor mat.
it's reasonable to say that if she looked down and saw a red mat, she would have thought, and then looked up at the numbers. To say that she was aware there was a red doormat and knowingly ignored it because she wanted to go into 1478 and shoot this man is preposterous. Amber Guyger was an autopilot. She got to the door and she put her key fob in, and in one motion, the door is opening. And it doesn't make sense because normally you have to turn the handle. And she's trying to process this as she's stepping into her apartment. And at the same time, I'm sure Mr. Jean is thinking, what is this person doing? Who is coming into my apartment? So he's confused. He's wondering what's going on. She's thinking, what is going on? Why is this man in my apartment? And she looks up, and he's standing up. He's about 30 feet away from her. And I'm sure he's alarmed. But she's thinking, oh my God, there's an intruder in my apartment. And she's face to face with him. She's within 10 yards of him, and he starts approaching her. And she reacts like any police officer would who has a gun with confronting a burglary suspect. Keep in mind, this procedural distraction is just that, because procedures are in place when officers get a call for a burglary call. You have time, you have a plan, you have all these things going on when you're going to that call to plan for it. Amber Guyger was in what she thought her apartment when she was confronted with an intruder. And so she pulls her weapon, and she's expecting as soon as she displays her gun, this man, this intruder, is going to stop. And she can see his hands. It's dark in there. She's going from a well-lit hallway into a dark apartment. Her eyes are trying to adjust. She's got tunnel vision. She's not looking around to see if her little table is there. She's not looking around to see any landmarks. She's not ascertaining any of this because she has tunnel vision. She's in her apartment. My God, there's a man in my apartment, and he's big. He's twice her size. And he's coming at her, and she pulls...
Yeah, she's such a victim. She noticed a man in there, but didn't notice that she was actually in his fucking shit. Oh, fuck out of here. And this is some fucking bullshit that this little bald-headed bitch would sit up here and act like, you know, oh, pity her, you know what I mean? So fuck the victim. She still killed somebody. As a police, I would expect her to deal with being tired. Like, the fuck? Maybe you in the wrong job, bitch. Maybe you should have been quit a long time ago. Like, the fuck out of here. He making all these excuses. This man done blamed the door. He done blamed this person, blamed that person. All this bullshit. This dude is trash.
Pulls her gun, and she starts to say...
He really is the worst. I wonder if the police department paid for her defense. Because he definitely seems like a police defense attorney type of shit that'd be called in on these cases.
Hands, but he drowns her out, and he's yelling, hey, hey! And he's 25 feet, and then he's 20 feet, and it's happening like this, and she has to make decisions. And there's this intruder, and I'm holding a gun, and why is he not stopping? Why is he yelling at me? Why is he coming at me? Why is my gun, the display of my gun, not working? He must have a weapon. He must want to kill me because I caught him burglarizing my apartment. And he's getting closer, and he's getting to 20 feet, and he's getting to 15 feet. And he's not stopping, and she's holding a gun, and she fires twice because she knows, at that time, she knows this man means to kill me. He broke into my apartment. He was all the way at the back of my apartment. I've displayed a gun. I'm wearing a police uniform. He didn't stop. He must have meant to kill me. And she fires her weapon. And the evidence, a reasonable deduction from the evidence is that The two shots are in line with each other. She fires and there's some recoil, and the second shot goes at an upward angle. The reconstruction that the Texas Rangers did who investigate this, and the conclusions that they made were that Mr. Jean was 13 to 15 feet from the center.
Real shit. Patty said, oh my God, there's a big scary black guy in my apartment. Wait, this is his apartment. Doesn't really matter. I still fear for my life. Real talk. This shit right here.
Center of the doorway when he was shot. You'll see in the photos that, and she fires her weapon. He must.
My bad. I had hit it. I was gonna type something and then it just like jumped a little bit. So I wanted to hear what he was saying. But we got 8 minutes left.
Have meant to
of
kill
this video.
Me. And she fires her weapon. And the evidence, a reasonable deduction from the evidence is that the two shots are in line with each other. She fires and there's some recoil, and the second shot goes at an upward angle. The reconstruction that the Texas Rangers did who investigate this, and the conclusions that they made were that Mr. Jean was 13 to 15 feet from the center of the doorway when he was shot. You'll see in the photos there's flip-flops that are on the floor that he was likely wearing that represent a close approximation of where he was. And that's in the middle. That is closer to the counter. It's away from the couch. There is zero evidence. There is zero physical evidence of this preposterous scene where Mr. John is getting up and gets shot in the heart and somehow walks to the middle of the apartment towards the person that shot him and then collapses backwards. What is reasonably likely from the evidence and the angle of the shot is that Mr. John was confused. He didn't know who was coming, and he was going towards that person to say, hey, what are you doing in here? And he sees the gun, and he leans down and gets shot as he's coming towards her and falls back. And you'll see when arresting officers come, you'll see the position of his body, and you'll see that it is impossible for him to have been sitting where they say he was. The medical examiner is going to say, we don't do tests on, we don't shoot people in the heart and see how their body reacts. But it was a devastating injury that would have been, rendered him incapable of much movement. This purposeful steps is pure speculation. What is more likely that the physical evidence shows is that he was coming towards Amber. He was probably 13 feet away from her.
Bitch, it was his house. The fuck? It wouldn't matter if he was 2 feet away from her. It don't matter. It was his house. She ain't the police in his motherfucking house, my nigga. Especially when there's been no crime committed. Fuck out of here. This old milk dud head ass, I don't even know what the fuck. He got the kind of head like that man the other day. Yesterday or whatever. I don't like
approaching her as an intruder in her mind when she shot him. And she fired twice and she thought, oh my God, I just had to defend my life. And she approaches the body and the adrenaline, the fear turns into horror as she starts processing, oh my God, that's not my table. I don't have that ottoman.
Yeah, he was so threatening, eating ice cream. Wow, thank you for that, Rachel. Real talk, I ain't know that he was eating ice cream, but damn, bro. So threatening. What, he was gonna stab her with the spoon and shit? He was gonna stab her with the cutter with the fucking, you know what I'm saying, the Haagen-Dazs motherfucking carton and shit. What the fuck? This bitch talking about she was in danger. Bitch, stop.
Oh my God, that ironing board is not mine. Oh my God. It starts to dawn on her
Look at him, like he's really just like, oh, this was just a classic accident. She didn't know that he was coming by and accidentally stretched her feet and he tripped and fell. It's understandable. Boy, if you don't get your bald-headed ass out of here, bro, you need to do something with this. Another thing, bro, if motherfuckers is going bald, please just cut all that shit. That shit looks funny as hell. What is the point of leaving it there?
Approaches Mr. John's body, what a horrible, horrible mistake she has just made. And she reacts by the first thing she can grab is call 911. She needs help. You hear her on the 911 call. I need help. I need EMS. She recognizes that. She sees where she shot him. She knows that is a bad place for him to be shot. She knows she can't do anything for him but get help. You hear her say on the 911 call, hurry, please. You hear her say 22 times, I thought I was in my apartment.
Bro, I wouldn't give a fuck if she said 99 times she thought she was in her apartment and 62 times that she needed help. Bitch, it still don't mean shit. This woman assassinated that man eating ice cream. He was so fucking such a threat with his Haagen-Dazs and his spoon that she thought that she was gonna die. Again, remember that she wasn't even in her fucking apartment. She was in his shit. The fuck? Yeah, he do got a dickhead. And this is the pubic hair and shit. His neck, is your neck cold, boy? Your back of your head cold, boy?
I thought I was in my apartment. She's trying to process this. They want to say how a 911 call should have gone, that she should have said everything that happened.
Joe, that would make sense, though, because she seemed to be a little thought. I don't care if she had a badge or not. She seemed fast in the ass.
Happened in that apartment. She has to claim self-defense in the 911 call, or it doesn't count. She wants help. She knows she can't physically help this man. She knows his best chance is for EMS to come. And she's talking to 911 and she says, I'm sorry. And she's talking in stream of conscience. And she knows that she's messed up. She knows she's made a tragic mistake. But it's not out of evil. It's not out of careless recklessness. It's not out of a criminal state of mind. It's out of life. It's out of human errors. It's out of all the things that people have done in this accumulation of events that led to this awful, awful tragedy. And so she's on 911 and she's trying to process this. And hey bud, I'm sorry. And she starts realizing, I'm going to lose my job. I need a supervisor. She's going back and forth from cop to trying, just sheer panic of what she's just done. This woman that had worked so hard, that had overcome adversity in her life, that was 1 second felt she was in danger of her life, has realized she made a mistake. And you hear on the 911 call her trying to process that. And you hear on the 911 call the officers are struggling to get in there because it's so confusing. That apartment complex is so confusing that they can't find it. And so she runs out in the hallway and says, hey, here, I'm down here. And she does appeal to Martin. She does text Martin because that's her rock. That's who she's been in so many difficult situations with on the streets. She's trying to get help. She's trying to get help to Mr. John, and she's trying to get people there. She's not hiding behind anything. She's the one that's calling the troops to come to get her. And her actions show just a young woman that's just devastated. Absolutely devastated by what just happened. Ladies and gentlemen, the discipline that you have to have in this trial is enormous. Because They are holding Amber Guyger to an impossible standard. They're holding her and twisting and turning and making things that are innocent mistakes into evil acts. You'll hear from Amber. You'll get to know Amber Guyger. You'll get to know the hard worker, the young woman that worked her way to the crime response team and made a mistake.
No, he made a mistake. He meant fucked her way there. I don't care how fucking hard that this dude tried to say that she was working. Boy, get your dumb ass out of here.
Awful and tragic, but innocent. And when you apply your reasoning, when you apply common sense and the law of self-defense, it will be clear. It will be clear that the only verdict, the only justice in this case is to find Amber Guyger not guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodbye, piece of shit ass dude. Anyway, that dude is trash. I don't like him. I really don't. And I normally could tell in opening statements if I like somebody or not. You know what I mean? So far I like the judge or whatever. I ain't just riding with her because she black or whatever. I could give a fuck less because I've seen black judges that ain't shit. But this shit's crazy. Amber Guyger trial defense motion for mistrial due to DA talking to media. So the district attorney was talking to the media. Why in the fuck would they do that? Why? You know that you got a case going on. Why are you talking to the media? If the jury can't talk to the media, then they shouldn't. No, the district attorney, that's the prosecutors and shit. So we don't want it to be a mistrial because the prosecutors are fucking up. Like, that's stupid. Or was, I don't know. I thought DA meant district attorney. But I don't know. Let's see what's going on or whatever, because it could be a defense attorney. I don't know how some people word shit or whatever, but a mistrial, bro, because somebody was talking to the media. If y'all don't get the fuck out of here with this shit.
Texas versus Amber.
Clearly it wasn't a mistrial because the shit's still going on, but I'm just saying the shit's crazy. But let's get into it.
Mr. Hermes, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
And Mr. Rogers, are you likewise ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now this morning, or rather, at some point last week, I was emailed a number of additional motions in limine. I have 2 from the state, and I believe 3 additional motions from the defense. And I assume, or I've been told, that it was the intention of both parties to file each of these motions, or all 5 of these motions, under seal. Mr. Hermes, was it your intention to file your 2 motions under seal?
Your Honor, I think I just emailed my motion.
That's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at, it says the trial defense motion, right? So it is the DA, district attorney. So the district attorney, the people that are over here, right? They allegedly were talking to the media. So this is what this whole video is. It's 1 hour and 22 minutes. I don't know why they got these 2 women in here like that. What the fuck is going on? They got them kidnapped, hostage and shit. That's just kind of weird to have them that close to each other. Anyway, but over here is the prosecutor. Over here is the defense. Amber Guyger's over here. You can't see her little ugly ass. But allegedly the DA, defense attorney, district attorneys, was talking to the media. So this motion right here, the judge is going to hear the motion to dismiss the case or call it as mistrial because of said people talking to the media allegedly. This is the defense over here, obviously with Amber Guyger and shit like that. Normally they got the people that write the that type all the shit that's said or whatever in this box, but I don't know why there's 2 of them. I don't know. That's some weird shit, but whatever.
I will file them under seal. At this point here, until we know the condition of the jury, once it is actually filed with the clerk, so it will be under seal.
I mean, what do you mean by until we know the condition of the jury?
I don't know if Your Honor's going to ask the question or not. But at this time, it's my recollection, unless I'm wrong, that I emailed a copy of my motion in limine, the one concerning lighting, to you and to the defense.
Yeah, now, I didn't want to put assertions on you about the sealing. I know that Mr. Muller's 3 motions, there was a request, or at least you informed the court that your intention was to file a request that they be filed under seal.
Yes, Your Honor, and I prepared an order granting the request filed under seal.
And so, Mr. Hermes, your request concerning the lighting, are you requesting that to be filed under seal?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
His name is Hermes. She said Mr. Hermes. Damn,
And
that's
you
an
had
ugly ass
additional
name.
one concerning lighting. The second one went to an attempt at
I don't even know why the district attorneys would do that. Why would you go talk to the media knowing you're not supposed to be talking about shit? Clearly, it didn't make a difference in this case. You know what I mean? Like I said, the trial's still going on. But why would they do that? Like, this is not one of these cases. Any case, should you go and do some shit like that, you don't talk to the media, fam. You're not a fucking celebrity. You're a fucking district attorney, prosecutor, whatever, and your job is to prosecute motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Not to just talk to the fucking media. And it's not like this is like their first case and they didn't know that they weren't supposed to do that. I don't know. I'm side-eyeing this shit. I thought he was cool right here. I think it's the one that I thought I liked or whatever. Like, he was straight. I liked the way he was saying shit. But if he the one that did it, set him out. I want to know which one did some stupid ass shit.
instructing a video and or photography. Is
Right,
that one
called
likewise on
Mr.
site?
Hermes.
One Mr. Fine filed went to the testimony concerning sleep deprivation.
Your Honor, that one was filed under seal Friday afternoon.
Well, none of the sealing happens until I issue such an order, so I'm assuming that's your request. And if you filed it, I don't know whether or not the clerk put it on or not. Nevertheless, did you provide copies to the defense?
We did, Your Honor.
And do you have any objections to the state's 5th motion in limine, as well as their motion in limine concerning sleep deprivation?
No, Rachel, they don't show him talking to the media at all. But it seems like he was talking to the media about this sleep deprivation bullshit. And again, bro, there's guidelines and all type of shit. Like, even truck drivers have guidelines as far as how many hours they can be on and off the road. You know what I mean? I think you can drive you got to be off the road for like 11 hours or some shit. It's either 10 or 11 hours. You know what I mean? Like, this shit is crazy as hell. You're not finna force me to believe that this bitch had sleep deprivation, but she doing everything else fine up until she made the ultimate fucking mistake of her life. Nah, bro.
And any sleep-related condition.
We do, Your Honor.
You have objections?
Yeah, we object on, yes, Your Honor.
To each of them?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's begin with the state's 5th motion in limine. Mr. Hermes, are you ready to proceed?
Which, is that going to be the one concerning lighting conditions, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, do you want this in the form of a proffer, or would you prefer this in the form of testimony?
I would prefer a proffer, but depending on the nature of the defense's objections, we may have to have testimony.
All right.
If I just, this is you don't want me to get into the video with regard to the lighting that the Rangers did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait to have a hearing on that, Judge. So I'll agree to that.
Right. Somebody had said, it tells me that a quench has already been thrown. I don't know if that was a wrench had already been thrown, but in real life, like, you would imagine that maybe these people have been reached out to by somebody, like, do something to fuck the case up or some shit like that. But, you know, the case still continues or whatever. The trial continues. What is up with this penguin face looking at his dude? I don't know, man. This shit is weird.
And I presume
They allegedly got us here for an hour and 22 minutes going over this motion. It looks like it's one motion. I heard something about sleep apnea or sleep, some type of sleep fucking bullshit. Basically, that she was deprived of sleep deprivation. And I just ain't going, bro. I just ain't going. I feel like this is a convenient thing for her to claim. And how many motherfucking attorneys does she have? Is this dude right here an attorney for her? And this dude and this dude and this dude? Like, what is going on? And then don't she only have like 2 fucking prosecutors? Like, hello? It's not fair. This is probably a paralegal right here, though.
we're not going to have any expert testimony concerning sleep deprivation or any sleep-related condition without a hearing.
Yeah, and then who's paying for her defense as well? The police department? You know what I mean?
That's Mr. Fine.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, my concern with that, Your Honor, and I only spoke briefly with the defense, but my concern was any mention of it in an opening statement. And so, obviously, we don't, not knowing what their case is going to be, we wouldn't anticipate them getting into sleep deprivation until their case in chief, but we didn't want any mention of it in an opening statement. It's specifically related to, as the motion states, anything concerning negating mens rea or mental culpability.
Judge, just briefly, I'll let Mr. Mullen supplement. Our defense is self-defense, and so we want to present all the facts and circumstances that apply to our client. So the fact whether she was sleep deprived or not is just a fact that the jury may consider, and for whatever weight it's worth, and applying that to the facts and circumstances that she experienced.
Your Honor, if I may, the issue goes to Texas Penal Code 8.02. Mr. Fine's motion discusses diminished capacity. Diminished capacity, I've litigated the issue.
Wow, so how did she had all this sleep deprivation and all this bullshit when we love you, salute to we love you too, Will, but said that she had 3 days off, then worked 1 day, then did 1 hour of overtime. Wow. How the fuck is she so sleep deprived, bro? Dick deprived, more like it. You know what I'm saying? I wish her body cam was on. Did she try to get some dick from Botham and then he just wouldn't drop them drawers and so she shot him and shit? Like, shit, can we see? She allegedly had her uniform on, I believe, right? Can we see the motherfucking body cam?
Death penalty case, if that goes to a mental illness, we're not alleging that our client's mentally ill, so this is not a diminished capacity defense or issue. So we wouldn't be bringing that up anyway, so.
Well, just from the body of the motion, I presume that, like most of you all's motions in lieu, this is just another reminder for everyone to follow the rules of evidence and not to enter into areas that might require expert testimony. I think sleep or lack of sleep certainly may be relevant, and whether or not it rises to the level of sleep deprivation or any sleep-related condition, that might be an area for an expert, I don't know. But I don't think statements regarding a person having had a limited amount of sleep should necessarily be off limits unless it goes much further than that.
And, Your Honor, we agree with that. Again, you know,
We're good. Judge, just the factual issue and not get into further expert-related testimony until that time.
So just so we're clear, as it relates to the state's fifth motion, is that both parties agree that there will not be any reference or alluding to in any manner, directly or indirectly, the existence or non-existence of any attempted lighting, reconstruction, video, or photography attempted by the Texas Rangers.
The state agrees to that.
Yes, Your Honor.
And insofar as it relates to the state's motion in limine, specifically regarding sleep deprivation or any sleep-related condition, the parties are not precluded from mentioning a lack of sleep, but anything that might need or require expert testimony in this area, you're precluded from entering into that area without the hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Officer Deputy Warren. So and now, let's turn to the defense's newly filed motions in limine. And let's begin first with the defendant's motion in limine regarding George Reese. I hope that's the correct pronunciation for his name. And any evidence concerning lighting. Has the state had an opportunity to review this motion?
Yes, Judge, I've had an opportunity to review the motion. It's my understanding that it's very similar to the state's fifth motion in limine. And I think to the extent that it puts off limits anything that would be based on expert testimony subject to a hearing, we would have no objection. As far as any testimony regarding what we think the evidence would show as the lighting conditions were, whether they're going to say it was dark or we're going to say it was light, that wouldn't be based on expert testimony, the state would ask that not be off limits, of course.
But Roger, you jumped up. I'm assuming you have something to say.
Just on the understanding, I mean, there's a factual dispute probably about the condition of the lighting in the apartment. So I think both sides can go into what they believe the lighting was without getting into down the road on expert testimony.
I think that's fair.
And Judge, that would just require the court to limit the motion in limine, because the final request is that the court preclude the parties from discussing any possible testimony or opinions from any other source regarding lighting.
Well, I think we can have reasonable discussion concerning someone's description that it was dark. Now, if you want to have an expert to tell us how dark or how much light a television being on gives off, or how much light a computer gives off, if we're going to venture into those areas or into the specificity of what is dark and what is light, then of course the motion in limine will be granted insofar as the specificity of what is light or dark, to the extent that you want to rely on expert testimony, if that makes sense.
It does, Judge.
Judge.
If she couldn't see, how the fuck did she shoot his ass? She knew where to shoot at. The fuck, claiming it is dark, bitch. You knew when you went in that house that it wasn't your house, lady. I'm sorry.
Can I ask for just a
You
little?
could be over here looking like Martha Stewart and shit, sitting in a damn chair, but bitch, I'd see right through that shit. Ain't no way.
May I ask something, just seeking absolute clarification just from my end?
Yes.
Because I do want to cover this briefly in the opening statement. So, the testimony of lay witnesses or the observations of lay witnesses, having done no expert analysis, but their observations of the light in the room, given certain conditions, that is fair game.
Yes.
That's what I thought Your Honor ruled, but I wanted to make sure that was crystal clear.
Do you have any objections to that, Mr. Muller or Mr. Rogers?
I guess I'm just unclear because the only people that were there at the time was my client and Mr. Jean. So I don't know how. I mean, I guess well.
I don't know how I.
Okay.
There's so much I don't know. But I don't know. We'll see how the facts shake out. A second motion in limine filed by the defense related to the state's use of the term victim or victims I'm certain that, generally speaking, the state is well aware to use the phrase complainant or complaining witness. I don't know that every person, lay person that might take the stand may not use the phrase victim. Someone might. I'm just astounded that all of these motions in limine that we have filed are just reminders to everyone to follow the law. So insofar as the state is concerned, please, as best as possible, limit your references to Mr. John as the complainant or the complaining witness. Okay. So in essence, I guess that is granted. And last, but certainly not least, is the defense motion in regard to the state's use of data extracted from the defendant's cell phone or received from the defendant's cell phone. Is there a proper part of the state?
Yes, Judge. I know the court previously said that you would prefer to do a proffer as opposed to live testimony. Proffer is going to have to be sort of divided up because the motion in limine is sort of divided up into several different objections. By my count, I see a relevance objection, which kind of reads as an authentication objection, a 403 objection, a confrontation clause objection, a 3836 objection, and a due process clause objection. Michael, am I reading that right?
Except the part about the relevant objection is not an authentication question. We're not disputing that, like for instance, Mr. Slows, who is an expert, extracted certain data from Ms. Guyger's phone. We're arguing that certain things that the state wants to get into with regards to that data is not relevant to the case in chief. So it is a standard 401 objection that I'm making as to those documents that are from the cell phone, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
Yes, please.
What I've provided to the court.
I don't know why they do that, but sometimes like the audio just goes away or whatever. But just to let you guys know that it's not me and it's not an audio issue, it's in the video. So
Cases of Butler v. State, 459 Southwest 3rd, 595. Tienda v. State, that's Tienda, 358 Southwest 3rd, 633. Rand v. State, that's an unreported 14th Court of Appeals opinion. The Westlaw citation is going to be 2017 Westlaw 4273177. Price v. State, an unpublished Dallas case, Westlaw citation 2019 1186664.
Well, my little reviewer just tells me that in a minute the judge is going to get up and stand up, and it looks like she's laying law down. I don't know. From the preview, I don't know, y'all. So this shit probably gonna get good. I'm listening to what they saying though, because I want to know more about this case. Like, I remember this case, right? Obviously, you know what I mean? But it's been like a year, almost 2 years or whatever. I'm really kind of surprised that it even took that long anyway. Like, they knew they didn't need to wait. And G-Dub had said something about the police investigating police, and that is true. That is what they do. But that needs to change. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't gonna have a criminal, you know what I'm saying, investigate another criminal or something. Like, if a criminal was exposing another criminal, it wouldn't mean shit. You know what I mean?
Jackson v. State, another Dallas case, Westlaw citation 2015 3797806. Walter v. State, which is a not yet published Eastland opinion, Westlaw citation 2019, Westlaw 4135461. Snow v. State, an unpublished Fort Worth opinion, 2019 237734. Stevenson v. State, unpublished Amarillo opinion, 2011 402 7721. And U.S. v. Tolliver, a 7th Circuit federal opinion, citation 454 F. 3rd 660. Starting with the relevance of the evidence, Judge, it's my understanding that the evidence that's objected to in this motion limine is the content of text messages between the defendant and her partner, which shows several factual issues. Get into the details. Okay. One of the issues is that the text suggests that the defendant and her partner were engaged in a sexual relationship, and that they were discussing that relationship on the night of this shooting. The text messages also indicate that the defendant was texting that partner while she was on the phone with 911.
So the partner is married, but he's having like this extra fucking curricular ass activities with his partner, Amber Guyger. And the wife is gonna find out about this and, you know what I mean, probably flip out if she ain't already type of shit. Like, this is crazy. It's all type of little, I feel like we on a roller coaster, y'all. Like, we all just went to a fucking theme park and just got on a roller coaster and we just waiting for it. Like, it's going up the first, big ass hill or whatever, and then it's just, whoosh, like, we right there, y'all. We right there.
Hold a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. Why do you have a laptop in here?
I'm so sorry, I'm investigating.
No, I asked you, why do you have a laptop in here?
Tell her, girl.
Are you an attorney?
Tell her.
Please give that laptop to the bailiff, and you put it wherever you wish to put it. I've asked, I don't know how plainer I can make it.
Tell her again.
And why are the...
I don't know what's happening.
Don't kill her, Judge. Don't kill her, Judge. Don't get up. Don't become Amber Guyger now. Bro, she finna flip. You could look in her eyes and tell, like, bitch, like, if this was not the courtroom, like, if this wasn't her job, and you gotta feel that. That's ultimate disrespect. First of all, this woman gotta sit here all motherfucking day and listen to motherfucking cases and shit, right? You know, she signed up for the job or whatever. I ain't trying to, make her story seem harder or whatever, right? But she gotta listen to all type of fucking, to her, would be irrelevant ass shit. She gotta deal with this motherfucking situation to where the district attorney had went and ran his motherfucking mouth to the media. And she up here right now like, the fuck? Bitch, you do not have a laptop in here. And you do not have it playing again. Oh my God. Hell nah, let's get it.
I know, please bring it to me, sir. Just please bring it to me.
Oh, girl ain't never getting her shit back. Now first she said give it to the bailiff and he could put it wherever. Now she talking about bring it to me. Oh, girl gonna have to go in her office and get that motherfucker like how you do when you, like a kid in school and they take your motherfucking phone and shit. You gotta go to the teacher at the end of the day, like, can I get my phone back? I won't do it no more. That, boy, she finna cuss her out in real life, like, off of this shit. So she probably went in on that lady.
You've been here more than anybody. You've been here almost every time we've had court. I don't even know how this could happen. I don't need any apologies. Just let me have it. Just let me have it. And why are the people locked out?
Boy, the way she turned around with that motherfucker, I thought she was gonna throw that bitch. Like, psh, the fuck? Hell nah. She finna go put it in her chambers right now. Oh, girl ain't never gonna get that laptop back. It was one of the attorneys or whatever. It looked like an attorney on the defense side, because when she was sitting here and she was looking straight, like the defense is right here, she would have had to kind of cock her eyes to be looking at the prosecutors or whatever. So one of the defense, like paralegals or something, because I seen men up there on the defense side, but they be having like a group of paralegals that come in and out of the courtroom throughout the day, and they go and fetch, you know, certain information or whatever that's requested and shit, or whatever type of shit, right? So it looked like a fucking lawyer or a fucking paralegal's fucking laptop just started going off. Somebody was trying to FaceTime her or some shit, and it just started, right, she finna slang that motherfucker, probably gonna get that motherfucker to her baby or something. Shit, the fuck? And she opened the door with the quickness. We gotta go back, because she did that, like, she did that too quick.
I don't need any
Watch
apologies.
this shit, y'all.
Just let me have it. Just let me have it. And why are the people locked out? This is the people's courtroom. Let the people come inside.
Well, they better quit fucking with this lady and let her just get through with this trial. They got motherfuckers talking to the media, the fucking district attorney at that. That's a biggest no-no. Like, I don't give a fuck what type of case examples he brings up. Like, oh, and Proctor 792 get state versus all this extra shit, you know what I mean? Still. And then this shit with the bitch with the motherfucking laptop. Like, why would you do that? Like, I get it, you know what I mean? She's a paralegal or a fucking lawyer, but why the fuck would you just got it on and allowed motherfucker to just hit you up? And that sounded like a ringtone type of thing. So that's why I said like a FaceTime or something. Somebody was, something with her ass was trying to do something. She trying to get the fuck up out of here. Like, I got shit to do, bitch. Real talk. Hell nah. Dipped out. Put that shit up right fast. That woman ain't never getting that laptop back.
Now I'm going to ask one more time. Does anybody have any electronic devices?
She's stealing.
No cell phone?
Motherfuckers lock motherfuckers out of the courtroom and shit. This woman got to stand here and tell motherfuckers no cell phones, no pagers, no motherfucking braille, fucking electronic devices. Like, bro, the fuck?
No laptops?
No dominoes?
No
I like her already. She a no bullshit type of lady. I'll be right back. Let me go get my dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really do appreciate your interest. But our goal and objective here is a fair and impartial trial. I don't need any additional distractions. I don't need any commentary from the gallery concerning anything that you may hear from this witness stand or from these attorneys. I want these 12 people that are going to sit in this box to receive the evidence from the witness stand. Not from any nods, not from any gestures, not from any running commentary from the gallery. This courtroom is open to the public. We most certainly will try and save seats for the immediate families of both parties, but I can't save every seat, nor do I have any intention.
I like her. She remind me of my grandma. She do. She a no bullshit type of motherfucker, just fucking common sense. Like, I don't want to have to explain shit to you 500 motherfucking times. Don't try me. Put some respect on my name. Let's get the show on the road type of shit. You feel me? I like her attitude.
But we're not going to have this trial disrupted repeatedly by cell phones, laptops, and computers going off. If your cell phone or laptop goes off or I see it, I am going to confiscate it and keep it until this trial is concluded one way or another. Because I've posted the court's rules clearly. and they're not new just for this trial. I have long outlawed cell phones, laptops, and tablets.
They can't even breathe in her courtroom. You can't do that shit. I feel her.
And if I see that you're being disruptive, or you're overly exaggerated, or you're nodding or giving indications to witnesses on the witness stand, I'm going to ask you to leave. Because as I said, the decisions that will be made by these 12 persons based on the evidence that they received and the law that I provided, and that alone. Okay. Now, Mr. Gladden, are you ready to proceed with your motion and limine, with your response to the defense motion and limine concerning the data extracted from the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, Judge, I am ready. Judge, I believe before we recessed momentarily that I had gotten into some of the details of the defendant's text messages on the night of the shooting. The remainder of the proffer is that the cell phone extraction contains text messages, it contains phone calls, it contains web search history. The copy of the extraction that the state intends to admit into evidence has been redacted to omit evidence or information that has already been limited by the motions in limine. So any references to any statements that the defendant may have made to investigators in this case will be redacted. Any privileged communications between the defendant and her counsel as evidenced by the to and from names in the text messages has been redacted to avoid any violations in that regard. We have an unredacted version for the court for record purposes, but the version that the state intends to offer into evidence before the jury has removed all of that privileged information and information that has been excluded by the court's order in limine. The remaining content and context of the text messages and phone calls is relevant in this case for really two reasons, and they both go to what is required for evidence to be relevant. The case law given to the court says that first, to be relevant, the evidence has to be authentic. And then second, under the rules of evidence, to be relevant, evidence must make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that fact must be of consequence in determining the action. So the first question is authentication, and here I'm not talking about the authenticity of the cell phone extraction, but authentication in the sense of these are text messages that the defendant composed, and these are text messages that were sent to the defendant, and these are phone calls that the defendant made and web searches that the defendant made. And in that sense, authentication at this point is a threshold question, and what this court has to ask is whether the jury could find that the evidence is what we claim it to be. And
yeah, a laptop porter, but the laptop was ringing and shit. It was like a whole ringtone. It was like they whoever that was jamming and shit when they wasn't in the courtroom, and it was an attorney or a paralegal. It was somebody on the defense side.
What the Court of Criminal Appeals has said in Butler and Tiendo, which I provided to the court, is that that evidence can be shown by circumstantial evidence, the nature of the conversation, the identity of the cell phone subscriber, evidence showing who was using the cell phone, information in the messages showing that it could have only come from the defendant. And so the state's proffer for that part of authentication is that the messages themselves and the data surrounding the messages will show that the defendant sent these messages and made these phone calls. Just very briefly, the text messages on September 6th start while the defendant is at DPD headquarters, and the state will have both GPS evidence and testimony from other witnesses to confirm that the defendant was at DPD headquarters. And so the text messages include statements like, "We're coming with all of them," "Why y'all have to go back?" "SWAT was leaving and needed perimeter officers." This is information regarding the defendant's assignment on September 6th, and it's corroborated by the other evidence showing where the defendant was. Then there's text messages between the defendant and her partner about her partner going to a scout meeting. That's information only the defendant and her partner could know. There's text messages then showing that the defendant got to the jail at about 8:00 p.m. on September 6th. And again, that's where the defendant was, and there will be other evidence showing that the defendant arrived at the jail, including the GPS evidence from her car. Verizon records and the defendant's partner will also confirm that later the defendant left the Dallas Police Department Southeast station and made a telephone call with her partner just after 9:30 p.m. And there's a text message at 9:33 p.m. to the partner where the defendant says, "I'm barely walking out." And there's evidence that she plugged in her body-worn camera for that night. Again, this is just corroborating evidence that the defendant is communicating what she's doing as shown by other evidence. And then the cell phone records show that there's a 16-minute and 44-second phone call between the defendant and her partner starting at 9:38 p.m. on the 6th. Then the text messages go on to show the context surrounding the shooting. Of course, there's the 911 call, which the state will be admitting into evidence, where you can hear the defendant's voice admitting that she shot Mr. John. And the records show that call, and there is body cam video of first responding officer that actually captures the defendant saying what we hear on the 911 call at the very end. So the evidence overlaps in showing that the defendant is the person using her phone. During the 911 call, as shown by the timestamps, the extraction shows the defendant is also sending text messages while she's on the phone with 911 to her partner. Then later she continues texting her partner using the Dallas Police Department code for a shooting, which only a police officer such as the defendant at the time would know, and telling her partner to please call her. Then later, after the shooting, there's a text where the defendant says, "They have me in a car." And this will be confirmed by dash cam video showing the defendant in a police car. The state will also have evidence from the Texas Ranger investigating this case that the investigating ranger seized the defendant's cell phone from the defendant and that she gave him the passcode to unlock the phone. The text messages go on in the days following the shooting, where she texts to her partner that there's talk of arresting her, which only she would know. She describes being scared. She describes being at the Dallas Police Association. Her partner says that he's on his way when he learns that, and he will confirm that when he testifies. And there are additional conversations between the defendant and other police officers where the defendant is asking them to go to her apartment to retrieve her belongings. She includes she verifies her apartment number at the apartment complex. Additionally, there will be body-worn camera of responding officers in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, in which the defendant can be seen texting on her phone while some of these text messages are being sent. 2 days after the shooting, the defendant begins sending text messages, including to her partner, saying that she now has a new phone number and changing it. So she's confirming both her old number and her new number in those messages. And then finally, there is a text that the defendant sends to her partner 2 days after the shooting with a photo of her and the partner from an earlier time in their squad car. And she says, "I sent this so you'll know it was me." And Judge, what this proffer is meant to do is to show there is mountains of circumstantial evidence that this court can consider to find that the jury could conclude that the text messages on the phone were written by the defendant or sent to the defendant, and that the phone calls were made by the defendant or to the defendant, and that the web searches were made by the defendant. There is plenty of evidence to satisfy the Butler and Tienda standard for authentication under 901 to that respect, and that is the first step of the relevance analysis, because obviously if the defendant doesn't send all of these messages, then how can they go to what I'm about to say, which is her state of mind during the shooting? both before, during, and after the shooting. The relevant facts in this case are the defendant's state of mind coming to the shooting, her state of mind when she shot Mr. John, and her state of mind after shooting Mr. John. The reason why all three are relevant is because her state of mind at the time of the shooting goes directly to her intent, which is an element of the offense. But the state expects the evidence to show, just from the 911 call, that the defendant will say, "I shot a man." So the evidence will show that the defendant intentionally killed an individual. So the elements of the offense are met there. What this case is going to be about, as you heard from Mr. Rogers earlier, is the question of justification. And justification goes to whether a defendant had a reasonable belief that her use of deadly force was immediately necessary. And the reasonableness of that belief is based on an ordinary and prudent person acting in the same circumstances as the defendant. So what we have to establish is the same circumstances the defendant was in and how an ordinary and prudent person would have behaved.
And I'm so tired of them just first, like, just drawing their guns or whatever. They got all this extra shit on their belt, right? Or just shit, you know, like, I don't know, not like other than this situation, right? I think that the police, they grab their guns too often in shit, and they use them too often in this shit. I'm excited, Candy. Candy said that it's about to get intense. So let's get back into it. But I just wanted to say that.
So what the contents of the cell phone extraction show, first of all, is what the defendant was actually doing during the course of the day. This goes to just how much work she had done. It gets into the question of her fatigue, not talking in this case about the expert issue we discussed earlier, but simply whether or not she was tired, how much work she had done, who she had been talking to, what she had been doing during the day. Additionally, the content of the messages show that the defendant at least had enough attention going to her apartment that she was able to safely drive. She was able to get through a narrow parking garage. She was able to drive her vehicle to her apartment without getting lost while talking on a phone. The messages are going to show that, or the extraction is going to show that the defendant was on her phone with her partner while she was driving back to her parking garage.
So ain't no way that she was that tired then. This bitch was having whole text message conversations, doing all this shit. She was aware. She was telling people her address, this, that, and the fifth. So, bitch, you knew where you lived at. Get the fuck out of here. You went there and did that shit on purpose.
Right. And so that's going to show the lack of fatigue that she actually exhibited. She was able to get home safely. But then the content of the text messages is going to show that at some point her mindset changed. And that mindset changed in a way that the defendant began to stop paying attention to what was around her in an unreasonable manner. And to show that it was an unreasonable manner, the state proffers that there has to be more than simply showing she had been sending text messages back and forth. Sending a text message doesn't divert your attention. But thinking about the content of those messages and thinking about the content of the phone call can divert your attention. And then it's a question of whether that makes her diversion of attention reasonable or unreasonable. What do I mean by diversion of attention? That she failed to notice all of the clues as to where she was at. And part of the defensive theory of justification is going to be, for her to believe whether deadly force was immediately necessary, is, was she reasonable in knowing where she was at? Now, that's not going to be in the jury charge, but that's certainly a fact that we are all going to be arguing in this trial, is what was the reasonableness of every decision that she made leading up to the shooting. And then, of course, during the shooting, or during the 911 call, we have the additional text information to her partner. And that text is going to continue to show that. Do you want me to get the content of that text? In the text to her partner, she says, "I fucked up." And so that's going to go directly to her consciousness of guilt, which a person's statements and actions before and after a shooting is relevant evidence to their culpable mental state and their consciousness of guilt. So, Judge, that is the statement. The phone conversation I mentioned earlier that the defendant was on while driving home, the timing, an additional relevant aspect of the cell phone extraction for that is the timing. That phone call ended just over 3 minutes.
It was 300,000, because I thought she was given a bond of 200,000. That's what I'm saying. Like, this shit's crazy. That don't make it look good at all, though. I'm just being real.
Before the state believes Mr. John was shot, and so the way in which the substance of that conversation, as can be inferred from the text messages and the testimony from the defendant's partner and other officers, the substance of that message goes directly to the defendant's state of mind at the time she's walking to Mr. Jones' apartment, the time she goes in and shoots him. So that is in a nutshell the state's argument for the relevance of this information, Judge. Responding to that first part of the motion in limine.
Does you wish to reply, or will you continue with your further objections? Mr. Muller, did you wish to?
I was going to wait to see Mr. Gladden proffers it under all the theories that he wants to propound to the court, and I'll respond.
Okay. And so, Judge, the defense's second objection following the relevance objection is their 403 objection. And this court is well aware, I know, of Rule 403, that relevant evidence can be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Case law is clear that Rule 403, despite its use of the word exclude, is a rule that favors admissibility. And that's Davis v. State, 329 Southwest 3rd, 806, Hammer v. State, 296 Southwest 3rd at 568 to 69. I didn't provide the court copies of those cases. They're not directly on point factually, it's just for the record to show the statement of law that Rule 403 embodies a presumption that relevant evidence is going to be more probative than it is prejudicial. And the burden is on the defense to show a clear disparity between any prejudicial effect and any probative value. All the evidence that we offer is going to be prejudicial to the defendant, that's why we offer it. The question is whether that prejudice substantially outweighs the probative value. Well, the probative value here is the defendant's mental state and the reasonableness of any belief that she claims to have during the shooting. That's incredibly relevant because one is an element of the offense and one is the essential disputed element of the issue of justification in this case. Now the defense...
Yeah, but we love you. What looks like could have happened was when she went to her arraignment court, they lowered her bond to 200,000. Because, or wait a minute, that would have been arraignment court. Well, 300,000, 200,000, whatever. But it's cool. Shit, she on bail. That's all I wanted to know. I wanted to know basically where she had spent the last, year or whatever. He had said 300 and something odd days or whatever. I just wanted to know where she's been at this whole time since they charged her. You know what I mean? Basically, in reality, because they probably just gonna let her back off. Look, she's a cop. You know what I mean? And I feel what you're saying, G-Dub, that that large bail amount or whatever is definitely like a ransom. 200,000 or 300,000. That shit's crazy. And I'm seeing something about 500,000 in the chat. That's crazy as hell. And they do execute a lot of people in Dallas as well.
Presents our theory of prejudicial effect as we just want to cast the defendant in a bad light and say that a person who would send these types of messages, have these conversations, have these types of relationships, is a bad person, then of course she's going to shoot somebody. That's not our argument at all.
But then who bailed her out of jail though? Now y'all talking about 500,000? Cause We Love You said, but when she was charged with murder, it went up, I think, to 500,000. That's crazy if that's real. Because who the fuck is bailing her out? Now you gotta have, she would need thousands of dollars posted for the cash portion, because it's 10% or whatever, right? But who put up the collateral for, even 3,000 or 2,000 or even the 500,000? I mean, you know what I mean? Who paid? Who did that shit? Her parents, probably. And see, boy.
Our argument is the reasonableness of her mindset and
she looks like a bot.
her mental state at the time.
What's good, King Musty?
That's the relevance of the evidence, not to cast her in a bad light. The next objection in the motion eliminated by my count is the
I thought it was murder. I'm going to look it up, though.
Confrontation Clause objection. I did provide the court some case law in that stack I gave the court. It's the final cases. That's Walter v. State, Snow v. State, and I believe Stevenson v. State, and then U.S. v. Tolliver. And the basic substance of those cases is that the Confrontation Clause applies to hearsay and it applies to testimonial. It applies to hearsay that is a testimonial.
It's murder. Statement. It's murder trial. She's being charged with murder from this report. But again, some reports differ or whatever as far as the information. Y'all gotta be careful about that as well. But this is the court. Allegedly they're giving us, the truth or whatever about the case. So,
and these cases point out that text messages are informal statements that are not made in anticipation of litigation, and there is just no way to find that a text message made between two private individuals in an informal setting can be testimonial. And then, of course, any statement made by the defendant in the text messages is a statement by a party opponent and is not hearsay. So the Confrontation Clause doubly does not apply to her statements. Any additional statements by other people in the text messages are not being offered for the truth of what they assert, but rather to put the statements of the defendant in context. So those statements are not hearsay either, and they're certainly not testimonial. So in the same way, the Confrontation Clause doubly does not apply to any of the statements in the cell phone extraction. The defense next objection is under Article 3836, that the evidence is not admissible under 3836. Well, I read that argument, I read it as arguing two things. One, that 3836 applies to testimony as opposed to documentary evidence. And then second, that in absence of any evidence that there was a prior relationship between the defendant and Mr. Jean, 3836 doesn't apply. I'll start with that one. 3836 does include an admissibility provision for evidence concerning a prior relationship between the defendant and the victim, but that's not the sole basis for admissibility under 3836. We're not alleging any prior relationship between the defendant and Mr. Jean, so I don't think that objection really applies in this case. And the state was planning to offer testimony about this cell phone dump, but the defense stipulated to the fact of the cell phone dump. So that stipulation is that the testimony would have been offered. So if the defense is trying to limit this to say it can't come in because there's no testimony about it, well, the testimony would have been there, but the defense has already agreed not to have that testimony. With those 2 points aside, 3836 allows testimony regarding all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense. As I mentioned in our discussion of relevance under Rule 401, these messages, these calls, the web history, all of it.
A group of activists, what? Activists, police activists? I didn't know they had them. Oh yeah, they do. They got Blue Lives Matter. Like, police, they don't even be getting killed like that for them to have, you know what I'm saying, a platform like that. Come on now, it's not like people just running down the street like, bow, just blowing cops' heads off and shit for them to have Blue Lives Matter. But what activist, bro? Who calls themselves an activist bailing out killer cops? Like, that's crazy. What kind of activist? The KKK? Some shit like that? That is crazy. Antifa? Shit.
Goes to the defendant's condition of mind at the time of the offense. How tired she was, how not tired she was, what she was actually thinking about, what she was doing, how capable she was to get home safely, but then suddenly she misses all of these clues about where she's at. That goes to her condition of mind at the time of the shooting. And so the state argues that it's admissible under 3836 as well as under 401 and 402. And then finally, the last argument is due process. The defense cites two cases, neither of which are applicable here. Payne versus Tennessee was a death penalty.
Oh, and I just wanted to say that for y'all, I don't know as far as mods or whatever, if y'all know, but y'all make sure y'all head over to Leak, or if y'all, you know, got her shit or whatever, send her a message, because Leak was in a car accident. She's okay. She's in a lot of pain, but I don't even know all the details all the way, but it just was not cool or whatever, and she's in a lot of pain, and they found like a bulging disc or something. So y'all keep her, you know what I'm saying, in your mind or whatever. I don't pray, so I'm not gonna tell you to pray, but if you do pray, then pray. Shit, I'll say it. But you know, send her some good energy or something like that and let her heal, because she definitely has, you know, been MIA. And I reached out to her, and I meant to say this the other day, but it just didn't come out. I think because YouTube was fucking playing with me, yeah, but it was, she's okay though. She's okay. She's just in a lot of pain and, you know, fucked up shit, but she's all right. So.
One case talking about whether there was prejudice from having a victim character testimony during the punishment phase, and they said there was no due process violation in that case. And then Rankin v. State says that character conformity evidence that is only character conformity evidence is not admissible. We're not admitting this for purposes of character conformity. Again, we're not saying the defendant shot Mr. John because she's a bad person because of what relationship she was involved in. We're saying the defendant intentionally shot Bachman John and she wasn't justified, and this evidence proves why she wasn't justified. So there's no due process violation, there's no 3836 violation. In fact, we conform with 3836. There's no confrontation clause violation. The evidence is relevant under 401 and 402 and is not substantially outweighed by any prejudicial effect under 403.
Let me just say, the court is aware somewhat about the substance of the text messages, and I'm aware of the phone call. What I was not aware of, the web search history. And were you aware of the web search history, Mr. Moe?
We were, Your Honor, and we object to any of that as being relevant. We objected under 403.
Is this a web search on September 6th?
No, Judge.
No, I don't pray. Slick Whips. I don't have a religion. You know what I'm saying? I already was beat in the head with religion. I'm good. I've seen, and I've stated that I don't support religion or whatever. But you're like, if a friend or something like that be like, go to the you know, come with me to church or whatever, I'm not gonna be like and act and all this crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not finna do all that. I would go. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid or nothing. It's just, I see hypocrisy. I see bullshit. I see shit that people don't see. And I know who made the book, the Bible, and you know, it ain't I'm not gonna ruin it for you, but it ain't who you thought wrote it or anything like that, bro. So I don't know. I don't fall for that. I'm a spiritual person, and spirituality is with you, and I don't believe that there's like some God in the sky that's gonna fly down from heaven and save us and all that. We gotta save ourselves in reality. And in reality, I ain't trying to like get off topic or whatever, but we gonna go there. So if there is a God, right? There's some man in the sky and he sent Jesus and all that. I mean, I can argue that back and forth forever, but he a shitty ass daddy. You know what I mean? In real life, like you got all these people coming here, like they here and you failing them. Like it's people that are starving. We just covered a case where a 9-year-old was raped and murdered. Like ain't no God, bro. I'm just being real. It can't be. Because he would have been the first deadbeat daddy. I'm just being real. But anyway, everybody here can have their own opinion or whatever. So when I leave mine about religion, don't take it that I'm like slandering you and your beliefs or whatever. I encourage people to have their own freedom of thought. If you thought like me, then you wouldn't be you. So I salute it, but I just don't do that. But much love.
The particular web search that Mr. Mitchell has just told me about is after September, it's one of the days after September 6th, the defendant did a search for how to change her phone number.
Yeah, I mean, I just said it like, I don't pray, like I don't get on my knees or whatever, but I meditate, you know what I mean? But I don't be on my knees and all that. I don't know. But yeah.
Which goes to then confirming that she did change her phone number, which is one of the texts that confirms her identity as the person using the phone.
So that's back to your authentication.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Does that conclude your objection?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Marley.
And I'll just start the last argument that Mr. Gladden made. Article 38.36, Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Your Honor, the only potentially relevant part of that article is subpart A. Subpart B would not apply because subpart B goes to, the evidence concerning the defendant and the complainant, the deceased, if there was a family violence that occurred. Subpart A, Your Honor, reads, I'm reading it for a specific reason, in all prosecutions for murder, the state or the defendant shall be permitted to offer testimony as to all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased. That's the first part of subpart A. Together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense. I read the two words together as being conjunctive with the first part, not disjunctive. It's not an or, it's together with, meaning and. So I believe 36A applies only where the parties want to get into evidence concerning the prior relationship of the accused and the deceased. The state just stated in a judicial statement that there was no prior relationship, and we agree. So we don't think 3836 applies at all in this case. During a prior argument, Your Honor, the state had argued that the theory is that the text messages show that Mrs. Guyger was distracted because she was either thinking something good was going to happen that night or something bad was going to happen. Our argument is, Your Honor, that's rank speculation, as I pointed out in my motion, to try to prove up someone's state of mind, what someone was thinking through text messages, can't be allowed. Because not even an expert who testifies as to circumstantial evidence can testify as to, a person, what's going through a person's mind. So we don't think 3836A applies at all in this case. Going back, Your Honor, Mr. Gladden mentioned something about, Miss Guyger being tired and, whether she really was that tired because she was able to drive home. It's never in the defense's contention, Your Honor, that Miss Guyger was in a coma when she was driving, that therefore she didn't know, she was out of her mind, didn't know where she was. It's just that she was simply fatigued and distracted, which caused her to drive to the wrong floor.
No, bro, nah. And I know what he talking about as far as driving. Once, right, when I was going to school for law and shit, I don't know why, I had gotten a whole bunch of sleep or whatever. The night before, whatever, but we was studying or whatever, so the night before I had gotten a lot of sleep, but earlier in the week, we had finals or whatever the fuck, and, I'm tired as hell type of shit, even though I had just slept. And I don't know how the fuck I drove all the way to the school and all that. I feel like I came to and I was like in my first class of the day. Like, so me getting in the car, I remember putting my seatbelt on, and then it's like right then and there is when like I just clicked out. However, I successfully backed out. I successfully drove over like 3 miles to the fucking school, parked in the parking lot. Mind you, we talking about a college, so it's a lot of people coming in and out at all times or whatever. So I avoided all costs and, you know, shit like that. You know, got in the school and everything like that, did what I had to do, went to class, and then somewhere in there, I kind of just clicked back in like, oh shit, nigga, what the fuck? But it was some weird shit or whatever. I wasn't on no drugs, I wasn't high or nothing. It was just like, I just really didn't remember the current events. But I still was like successful in school that day. I still did what I need to do, and I didn't hit anybody. So I understand what he's saying, but you don't just then after that turn around and kill somebody, bro. No, especially not after all the events that she had did and said and all that.
The parking garage to begin with. So,
But you stated fatigued and distracted.
well, yeah, for fatigue.
His argument for distraction relates to the text messages and or phone call.
Well, the problem is, to say that text messages exist and they were distracted is one thing. The state wants to get into the detailed content of those text messages, and some of those contents do go into things that we believe would be so prejudicial that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial effect in the 403. You know, again, concerning her prior relationship with Martin Rivera, we think that's very prejudicial. We think that is the state trying to, whether they intend to or not, trying to cast Ms. Guyger in a bad light, saying that because she did that, then she couldn't have been reasonable in her actions. So again, it's one thing, and let me be clear, Your Honor,
hold on, let me be clear, because somebody had stated in the chat earlier than this, I'm still on this sleep deprivation shit, hard as hell. How in the fuck she had priorly 3 days off of work? She goes to work for 1 motherfucking day. Now this sleep deprivation wouldn't bring itself on in that order like that. You know what I'm saying? It just really wouldn't. Bro, this bitch knew what she did. She worked 1 whole day and 1 hour extra of overtime. I remember what a royal family member had stated above, right? So she wasn't just on zombie mode and just, you know, an autopilot type of shit. No. It's crazy.
The state originally, as was communicated to me by co-counsel, talked about doing a full cell phone dump.
And then if they let her off of this shit, then they got to start then changing it, right? So, you know, cops here, I believe that, I don't know, I don't talk to no cops here, but I would believe that there's only 2 shifts, right? That there's, you know, basically like a 7 to 7 and then a 7 to 7, obviously, again, right? So that was 12 hours. So have them motherfuckers work 8-hour shifts, give them less pay, and hire more people on or whatever the fuck they need to do. Like, I'm really tired of these police just getting over on shit.
We definitely
in these
object
cases.
to any sort of dump, which allows the jury to look at all the data that was extracted leading up to September 6, 2018, on September 6, 2018, and then after September 6, 2018, until the end of the extraction. Now, Mr. Gladden, you know, discusses Tienda versus State. I'm very well aware of that case and all the other cases he mentions. Tienda is a case out of Dallas County through the 5th Court of Appeals. If the state wants to authenticate a communication through a witness, then the state is entitled to attempt to do that. That's what Tienda says is allowed. But here it appears that the state's trying to dump the cell phone extraction on the court and allow the jury to view the cell phone extraction based on the authentication procedures that are laid on Tienda. And we object to that because we don't believe that's a proper way of authenticating. The only thing we stipulated to, Your Honor, is that there was a cell phone extraction performed in this case. We're not stipulating to any contents of that extraction. Let me just be clear on that. You know, so if let's say there's a text message on a certain day or let's say a web search on a certain day. Per tienda, like someone like Mr. Sloas can only testify that that occurred on that cell phone. He can't put that into context. Context is what's important here, Your Honor. And I'll close, on my 401 argument. Context is important. Context would be made through witnesses, live witnesses, not through a series of text messages with the argument, well, if you look at these text messages, you can probably figure out really what was going on here. And that's what we really object to, Your Honor. Obviously, again, if let's say there's a text message between Ms. Guyger and Mr. Rivera, and the state puts Mr. Rivera on the stand, Mr. Rivera can testify, yes, I received that text message, or I sent that text message. Okay. That's what tienda says. That's part of authentication. Whether it's relevant goes to whether it's relevant to the facts of the case.
I don't know, Kang Musty. I don't know why she really shot him or whatever, but I don't think it was about sleep. I think she knew that that wasn't her apartment. Again, the prosecutor had stated that that there was like a baker's cabinet and all these other things as identifiers to show that that was not her house. You know what I mean? Things that were either missing or, you know what I mean, type of shit. So when she went to the door, then the motherfucking defense gonna try to blame the door. Oh, there's a malfunction in the door. Like, it doesn't matter whether she had went to the door and tried to get in or not. She entered somebody's fucking residence, whether unlocked or not, without reason to fucking be there, and then shot dude. And all he was doing was eating ice cream. He was trying to enjoy some fucking Haagen-Dazs, Tom and Ben and Jerry's or whatever. And here she come talking about she is in fear for her life. Bullshit.
Case with regards to the essential elements of the offense.
Then how she see him to shoot him if it's so fucking dark? Now, I ain't trying to be funny or whatever, so don't take this funny, right? But if it's already black in the apartment and he's a black male, like Botham Jean wasn't light-skinned type of shit. He wasn't white. So how in the fuck did she see him to successfully shoot him in the first place? Fuck out of here.
We're objecting and saying that it wouldn't be relevant unless the proper context came up when there was someone on the stand testifying as to that context. And that's my objection, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. White.
May I respond?
I mean, she'll probably get charged with something, but I feel like it's gonna be some unintentional, you know what I'm saying, manslaughter shit like that was stated above or whatever. It's gonna be some petty ass shit. It ain't gonna be just straight murder. You know what I mean? If it do, I hope it do. Don't get me wrong, I hope it do. But it's America, you know what I mean? Do I need to pull up the song? I'll just play it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, in Butler v. State, which is the 2015 Court of Criminal Appeals case I gave to the court, and defense counsel has a copy too, on page 6 of the PDF, it's the first full paragraph on that page 6. It's on page 602 of the Southwest Reporter opinion. The court says, authenticating evidence may be direct or circumstantial, and that the state may bridge any logical gap and permit a proper inference that the purported author sent the message. That evidence might include the message's appearance, contents.
I agree. She shot him dead and didn't even attempt to save the man. The only reason why she called 911 is because she wanted to make it look good for herself. You know what I mean? She knew she already had to do something, but she didn't get down there and try to do CPR on that man. You know what I mean? Show me pictures of her coming out of the coming off of the premises or whatever and going into a police car or anything with blood all on her from shooting this man and trying to fucking resuscitate him, giving him mouth to mouth, applying pressure on the wound, any of that shit. You know what I mean? Bullshit. She called 911 just for her own fucking sake, because she really thought in her mind that she would be justified. She never saw this coming. She never thought that this was going to happen. But then when they started looking at her, she was talking about how she was getting nervous. Should have been nervous to begin with. Like, again, you don't just walk into a house and then why would, if you thought somebody was in there, you know this house like the back of your hand. So you know where all the light fixtures are and all that. You could have just walked by with, even with her gun drawn and just flicked the light switch or whatever. So, and then just been like, damn, I'm not even in my crib or whatever. But again, how you see this man if it was pitch black in the house? How you see him?
substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics. And so I would just disagree with Mr.
And then
Hall.
fuck is this man doing eating ice cream in the motherfucking dark, pitch black in the house? That don't even make sense.
That the court and the jury are allowed to consider the substance of the messages themselves in determining whether they are what we purport them to be, which is messages from the defendant. I just want to add 2 additional responses because I neglected to make this argument the first time. One, the evidence, in addition to being relevant under 401 and 3836, is also relevant under 404B and properly relevant under 404B as evidence tending to show a lack of accident or mistake, as well as the defendant's intent and state of mind. So these are permissible non-character purposes under 404B that the evidence is admissible for. And then finally, Judge, Mr. Muller says that this evidence to prove the defendant's state of mind would be rank speculation. I would agree with Mr. Muller. We can't put an expert on the stand and say, in my expert opinion, the defendant's state of mind was such and such based on this evidence. So this evidence is circumstantial evidence of the defendant's state of mind for the jury to consider, and the jury's fact finder can make
right. I be working like whole 24-hour shifts at my jobs and shit. Like at my job and shit like that, because I don't do what most people do. Like, I get paid when the job is fucking done, so you hurry up and get that shit done and then you move on with your life or whatever, right? 13 and a fucking half hours, I be awake like motherfucking damn near 20 fucking hours a day type of shit, even if I'm not at work. That's just how my body's set up now and shit. I guess when you get older you just stop sleeping as much, or I don't know what the fuck. But come on, bro. 13 and a half hours ain't shit. Ain't nothing.
Rational inferences.
Especially for a cop. That's only an hour and a half more than what a normal cop shift normally is. I believe a normal cop shift is like 12 hours, like I said. But, you know, other states or whatever could vary. Maybe they doing 8 hours or whatever. But come on, man. 13 and a half hours, bro. And you a cop and you just had 3 days off, you can't be that tired. Fuck was you doing for the 3 days? Just staying away? You just sitting in the corner with some motherfucking toothpicks on your eyes like, oh my God, I must stay awake until I go to work. Bro, she was sleeping. She was chilling, doing what she had to do. She wasn't tired. She shot his ass and was trying to fucking get off on that shit.
Circumstantial evidence.
This shit
and
trash.
that includes the substance of what the defendant wrote.
Well, not this shit, but the fucking
May I briefly respond to that argument? Your Honor,
the
Butler,
murderer.
I want to make sure I'm thinking about the same Butler case. Butler was an aggravated kidnapping case where the state, using Tienda, it's not a new case law or new theory that the Court of Criminals came up with in 2015. Aggravated kidnapping case where the state put the complainant, Ms. Salas, on the stand to testify by the aggravated kidnapping. Through Ms. Salas, the state admitted electronic communication between her and the defendant. So again, context. The context was established by putting the person on the stand who actually received the text message, was involved in communications, remembering the case correctly, and therefore those messages were deemed admissible because they were put in context. Not simply because there was a data dump and the state said, well, you know, although we don't have the complainant here and the defendant is not testifying, take a look at these text messages.
I'm just glancing at Butler and I'm not quite sure that's what the court had. If there's no further argument, I'm going to take a brief recess and I'll let you know my ruling concerning the text messages, phone calls, and web search history.
Judge, can I make one point on that, Judge, just briefly? We're not at this point offering the entire extraction, okay? I just want to make sure. Okay.
It is my understanding that the nature of this issue relates to the text messages that were sent on September 6, 2018 and for a few days after September 6, 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Schiff.
Judge, then there are many texts if they're offering. I thought it was just going to be 9/6, but there's all kinds of texts in the following days.
Yeah, they mentioned a number that they have excluded privileged. It's my understanding that the texts that you all are in dispute about are those that concern allegedly went from Ms. Guyger to Mr. Rivera and from Mr. Rivera back to Ms. Guyger.
But now if they're including the 7th, 8th, and 9th, there's texts between Ms. Guyger and his sister about a news story about Ms. Guyger's brother showing a white power sign she has known nothing about. That's in there in detail.
I don't know if that would have any relevance to this. I think
there's people's opinions about the media, Ms. Guyger's opinions about a story, people saying hang in there. None of that's relevant, Judge, but there's hundreds of them is what they're offering, and they're highly prejudicial, could be taken completely out of context.
Well, maybe I misunderstood the nature of the discussion that you all had with me on Monday of last week. But I thought, in essence, this centered around the text between Ms. Guyger and her partner, Mr. Rivera.
I thought they were just going to offer for the 6th of September, not the...
No, they stated clearly that it was the 6th of September of 2018 and for some days afterwards.
Your Honor,
am I wrong in that?
I think I can clear this up.
Please do. You all may be seated.
Your Honor, for purposes of testimony concerning the event and everything that Mr. Gladden just spoke to concerning the reasonableness of Ms. Guyger's decisions, her state of mind immediately before, during, and immediately after the commission of the offense. It is the text messages that occur around 5 p.m. until, let's say, 10:30 p.m. on September the 6th, 2018, that are directly and concretely relevant to that particular area of the state's case. The only relevance, Your Honor, that the text messages have beyond that, substantially, are going to be the authentication issues that have been raised. We didn't get those until Friday, okay? But when it comes to authenticating the context, as Mr. Mola has said...
Yeah, but she could have just put that blood, like, soon as the paramedics and cops came, she could have just touched his body just so that she could have some of his blood on her, like she had tried to apply pressure to the wound or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because Candy had said she faked by the time that the cops and paramedics got there, she had blood on her hands, pretending that she was doing CPR. He was dead. Facts. Real shit. So not only that, she's unqualified regardless. Like, bro, and then how you doing CPR and you on a 911 phone call? You just not finna be able to do that, bro. And it didn't seem like, you know, that she was like on speakerphone with 911. It seemed like her mouth was very close to the phone. That shit's crazy.
Basically, they are putting us to proof, circumstantially, that phone was in the possession of Amber Guyger. And so therefore, it is potentially relevant if the court or the jury has issues concerning the authenticity of who sent it, her conversations with her sister. Her sister's name is Alana Guyger. Her sister does have a person who did make signs that were arguably race-related. I don't see that as having any relevance whatsoever unless they put us to proof that that was her and her on her phone. The fact that she got that message from her sister, that is the relevant portion, just as to authentication. But I will tell you, Your Honor, I mean this in good faith. The only interest I have for this part of the case is the text message exchange that occurred on September the 6th between her and Martin Rivera. That is the evidence that I think is absolutely probative to her state of mind, her mens rea for the commission of the offense, and her claim of reason.
And thank you for bringing that up, Rachel, because I almost forgot about that. Yes, the cell phone video of her pacing back and forth, allegedly on the phone with 911, when she should have been right there. If she was trying to help him, she would have been right there at the body, applying pressure at least while on the phone with 911 or whatever. But you can't do CPR and apply, like, bro, come on, bro. And then she allegedly just got off work, so where is her work bag? Did she conveniently leave it in the car or whatever? Because like compression. She could have grabbed a fucking shirt and put it on him. I don't know, man. This bitch is crazy. This shit is wild. But I'm excited though. I'm ready for it all. Bring on the drama.
Under the justification.
See, I like this kind of drama because you could control this. If it gets too much for you, you could just turn it off, walk away, take a break, go smoke a cigarette, smoke a blunt, have a drink, something, shit. But, you know, the drama, the real life petty ass shit that be going on, shit, miss me.
So are you all abandoning your stipulation that this was in fact her phone?
No, Judge, we are clear. The extraction was done on her phone, and that we're not abandoning that, Judge. I mean, we've agreed that with the state. I told them Cellbrite, the chain of custody of her phone and the fact that Cellbrite performed the extraction of her phone is not contested, and that our theory is not that those text messages were not to her phone or from her. It's I think Mr. Moe is saying there are all these issues with that are there, but to drill into it, it's purely, you know, the legal objections to the substance of the text messages and the objections that Mr. Moe made.
And to be clear on my end, Your Honor, I was under the impression that we were just talking about the communications between Ms. Guyger and Mr. Rivera. Now, the proffer has all these other messages. We object to those as not even being remotely relevant to the case and highly prejudicial.
Did you not hear? He said, if we go to the issue of whether or not this is in fact Ms. Guyger's phone, then the state intends to use all of the extraction to prove that, yes, indeed, it was Ms. Guyger's phone. And I heard Mr. Rogers to say, you're not alleging this is not her phone. These are not her text messages, so that they don't have to go to the extremes of authenticating the ownership of the phone and who may or may not have sent the text message.
Right, I just want to drill in, you, Judge, and us, all the parties, on what we're really, if that's the extent of Mr. Hermas's goal is to get those text messages on 9/6 from those time periods. All those objections regarding relevance and the state of mind, all those apply, but we are not saying that it was not her phone and those text messages, you know, couldn't be proven that it was her. We are not contesting that.
Well, then, Your Honor, I stated my intention then that I'm going to limit it to September the 6th unless there's some reason not to, and I'll consider that to be an obligation on me in limine, that if I go beyond the 6th, I'll approach the bench.
And you are speaking specifically as it relates to your opening arguments today.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, obviously, first I have to get the court's ruling, obviously. But if the court's ruling is that the text messages and the phone calls that occurred on September the 6th are relevant under 3836, under 404B, then yes, I will include those in my opening statement, and I will limit the testimony and the evidence to that unless something develops that makes that opens the door to a more expansive view upon, and if so, I will approach the bench.
And I don't want to be so presumptuous, but I am presuming that you do not intend to go into the specificity of the text messages, just that these text messages were going back and forth.
No, ma'am, I was going to go into the specific text messages between Martin Rivera and Ms. Guyger beginning at about 5:55 p.m. It is
So, in essence, do you intend to quote from these text messages?
Yes, ma'am. My intention is to offer those records for the 6th into evidence, and then to quote with the exact time in which they were made, and the exact conversation that goes on between Ms. Guyger and Mr. Rivera.
And do you intend to provide any information concerning the nature of this relationship and the status of these parties?
Yeah, Mr. Rivera is going to testify. Now, I'm going to be very frank with you, Your Honor. I don't plan on going in and going over this information a lot. I plan on covering it in an opening statement. I do plan, I will proffer for the court that Mr. Rivera has admitted to me that he and Ms. Guyger were in a sexual relationship, and that sexual relationship had begun earlier that year. I anticipate it's going to be his testimony that this was mere flirting or banter between them at the time. I think that's going to be up to the jury to make that decision. The reason why it is so probative for the state, though, is because it shows, if those texts are taken at face value, and Mr. Rivera will admit that there was the text exchange, that there was a plan for later that evening. At 9:30, when Ms. Guyger leaves work, she indicates, she sends him a Snapchat with a text that says, "Want to touch." That is buttressed by the fact that from 5 until 9:30, they've had exceptionally graphic sexual conversation, which is highly indicative that there was a plan for later that particular evening, which addresses all of the issues that Mr. Gladden talked about earlier, that we expect are going to be raised by the evidence. So it does show that there was a plan, and that's why the phone call that happened 3 minutes and 49 seconds before he died, and actually it was probably a lot less. There was a minute of 3 minutes and 49 seconds between the conclusion of the call with Martin Rivera and when the 911 call was made. Now, I have to guess that she did not have 911 on speed dial the moment she shot Mr. Jean. So there was some time that elapsed between the actual shooting and the call to 911. So it is less than 3 minutes and 49 seconds between that call and with Rivera and the 911 call. And that's why in that particular 3 minutes and 49 seconds, or 3 minutes and 44 seconds, there are repeated instances that the evidence are going to show of unreasonable choices and decisions made by Ms. Guyger. These all go to show her state of mind. So yes, ma'am, to answer your question specifically, I think it is critically important that the jury know that there was a conversation, that it implicates that there was a plan, that there was a call, and that immediately after that call, Ms. Guyger rendered herself inattentive to virtually everything in that 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Can I see the lawyer sitting for just a second?
She's gonna go make her little decision.
Now, I am not technologically savvy, and I'm glad my neighbors are. If you've got on an Apple smartwatch, you're not going to be able to wear that anymore. When I say no cell phones, tablets, or laptops, that extends to your wearables as well. So if you got an Apple Watch, don't wear it to this courtroom unless you want me to try to hold on to it until this trial is over. Because what we're not going to have is live texting and commentary, okay? Thank you all. Having read and reviewed and heard your arguments, the court will deny this defense counsel's motion in limine in regards to the text messages and phone calls and web searches of September the 6th, 2018, except as to the relationship status of any of the parties or any of the testifying witnesses. Am I clear?
I'm very clear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, I would very much like to bring the jury inside, swear them in, see if we have any problems or if anybody's had any problems in the meantime where they cannot serve. Take a very short recess, allow you all to make opening arguments after that recess, and begin testimony in this case.
The state has additional, very quick motions we need to put in front of the court.
Okay. Were these filed today?
No, Judge, it's a matter of common practice. It's going to be an oral motion, Your Honor, that the court exclude the family from the rule of evidence.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming you do not have any objections to Mr. Don's family members being present during testimony.
Unless they're going to be testifying during the case, Your Honor, would you object to witnesses that will be testifying in the case under Rule 614?
Well, I'm certain that someone from his family will testify that he was a living human being, and you object to that person remaining in the courtroom following their testimony?
Your Honor, we do anticipate the testimony is going to be some biographical information about the complainant, the fact that he was a living, breathing human being prior to this particular event. It is common practice in this county for courts to excuse the family unless there's some finding that their presence in the courtroom after having testified is going to have some material effect on their testimony either before or after. I can tell you I've gotten to know the Jean family very well, and I am more than happy to put them up so that you can inquire as to their character. I have absolutely no reservations whatsoever that any testimony will be affected at all by their presence in this courtroom.
Do you intend to use any member of the immediate family for any other factual issue in this case, other than Mr. John's having been a living person prior to the events of that evening?
Some marginally, yes, Your Honor. With Miss Finley, his sister, I am going to explore a couple of other matters relevant to Mr. Jean. In addition to the fact that she had spoke with him that day, he was looking forward to his birthday coming up, that he was obviously loved by his family. There is also one other matter that I think is going to be important when it comes to scene context. I mean, there's absolutely no reason.
What context?
Well, so, Your Honor, Mr. Jean smoked marijuana. I think that probably that was released when the police released evidence of the seizure at his apartment way back when it happened. We're not going to shy away from that, but I do want Miss Finley to explain that is why he used marijuana for that particular purpose, so that there's not an effort on the part to victim shame him or for the jury to take.
Bro, he was not using marijuana because he was a killer and shit. We don't make you kill nobody. Period.
Take any kind of adverse.
How is marijuana even relevant?
Okay, I can tell you what, Judge. The inside of Mr.
Man, I love this judge. I think I met my favorite judge, for real. There was another judge that I liked it a little bit because I felt like she 100, like I still like her. But this one, bro, I like her.
Well, I think it's going to be brought up by the defense because of who they have designated as their experts. So I do believe that the defense fully intends on going into that to perhaps suggest that his perception wasn't that of a reasonable person. That's just a guess. Of course, they don't tell us. But I certainly expect that that's what they're doing based on how they've disclosed. But secondarily, for me, Your Honor, knowing that that's already coming, I do believe that his apartment, by all of the original responding officers, they indicated that his apartment smelled of marijuana. That is yet another thing that Ms. Guyger completely did not pick up on or failed to allow to register upon her entry into his home where she shot him. Her apartment presumably doesn't smell like marijuana. So again, it goes to all of the facts and circumstances that she rendered herself inattentive to.
So you object to Ms. Finley sitting in during testimony because she will be used as another fact witness for something. Is that correct? Mr. Rogers?
No, I'll play it by. I don't know how far they're going to go with it, and I guess it just depends if she's testifying about facts and they want to bring her in rebuttal or something like that. And if she's in the courtroom the whole time, then that's above it. That goes beyond just the normal. Hey, we love him. He's a good man, and all that stuff.
So that includes you do not. I'm just trying to be clear as to your objection. You object to any person who's going to provide fact testimony.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I understand you, Mr. Hermes, you intend to use Mrs. John, the defendant's mother, to provide testimony that he was in fact a live person prior to the events of September 6, 2018.
Your Honor, I was going to use Mrs. Finley, his sister.
For both issues?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Allison Jean, Beau's mom, she would be a rebuttal witness only if something raises the need to call her. And she's a very likely, in the event of a guilty verdict, very likely testifying punishment. I just want to reiterate for the court, I think that the analysis is whether or not their presence in the courtroom will affect their testimony. These folks were not present, so I can't get from them, nor would I even try to get from them, substantive facts of how or what happened inside Beau's apartment that night. But for background information, there's no reason for them to lie about that. And I think that any claim that they're going to materially change their testimony about the biographical information about their son, frankly, I think that that's preposterous.
I'm not questioning the biographical information, Judge. I don't know.
I just want to know if you object to their presence in the courtroom or not. They are going to testify.
Not to Mrs. John, because I believe she just purely is a biographical witness. And once Ms. Finley testifies, then I just ask for some latitude to take it up at that time, whether or not she can stay after she testifies.
So you're reserving your objection to Ms. Finley until after you hear her testimony?
Yes, sure.
Do you understand that, Mr. Hermes?
I do understand.
I'll rule on his objection to Ms. Finley if he makes it after Ms. Finley testifies. And as it relates to the other family members, they will not be excluded from the courtroom. And there's a possibility that should we get to punishment, you may use one or more of them. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Are you clear on that, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And the other persons who are present in the courtroom and have an indication that you will be used to testify.
Yeah, I know, Lily Gal, we had already looked into it. We didn't look at the rebuttals or whatever, but we had looked at the closing arguments and the guilty verdict. We looked at a short version and a long version. So yeah, he's definitely guilty. Much love though. We had there's a live stream right before this one that's like an hour, I think, or something, and that information is in there.
You will not be able to be present during the testimony of any other witnesses, nor may you discuss this case with any persons other than the attorneys who are representing each party in this case. So please don't discuss the case in the presence of any other witnesses or with any other persons. Okay, that being said, can we please bring in our jury and try to swear them in and see if we have any problems with any of them serving?
Judge, we have one other issue that came up last night that we're going to bring up on, but it's regard to an interview that Judge Cruzon did with Fox 4 when we discussed this case. And
that you had listed in Exhibit 12 of your...
It happened last night.
No, Your Honor, it happened
there was
yesterday.
another interview last night.
Yes, Your Honor.
While the gag order was in effect.
I have the exhibits, Your Honor. I was going to put it into the record and bring it to the court's attention.
She gonna fucking flip out. They finna make this lady flip the fuck out.
So let me be clear. On last night, the evening prior to the start of this trial, our elected DA did an interview about this trial.
On Fox 4 News, Your Honor, yes. And I have the video and the article from Fox 4 and the screenshot from the data disk. It was short, but it was done, and it appears to be a violation of your order dated January 2019, the restrictions regarding publicity.
Okay.
Ooh, that look she just gave, like she looked like, boy, she wanted to come from that stand and just slap everybody in the motherfucking courtroom. She did some shit like that with her lip, like she was about to, boy, it was about to go bad. Let's see what she say.
You have the video? Let's see it.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I'm tendering to the court, and I've already given copies of these to Mr. Glavin. Defendant's Exhibit 29, which is a copy of Fox 4, from the Fox 4 website where the video exists. The very first page of Defendant's 29, Your Honor, is a screenshot showing that the video is there, and then the following pages are the actual printout from the article. Defense Exhibit 30, Your Honor, is a copy of the video that's on, that I downloaded from the website, Your Honor, and Defense Exhibit 31 is just a screenshot showing the data that's on the video, showing that simply the only relevant file is 60 megabyte video from that website. That was apparently the interview was taken either yesterday or Saturday. It's unclear, but certainly he's talking about having met the family last week, and he believes the correct charge should still be murder, and he says some other things too. So I want to bring it to the court's attention. Usually the relief on a gag order, it's unclear what the court's relief would be, but we bring it to the court's attention, and then we move to renew our venue motion and move for a mistrial based on the violation of the gag order.
She look like she just want to flip the fuck out right now. She banging shit on the desk, slapping the paper, slapping the disc in her hand. The defense done pulled up with receipts. You feel what I'm saying? Like, look what they did. Bro, that was dumb. I think that they literally tried to sabotage their own motherfucking case by doing this. Maybe they was told by somebody above, like, bro, just do some dumbass shit right quick. You know what I'm saying? Take the heat from the judge or whatever. We got your back type of shit. She look like she want to fuck up everybody in that room. Like, she want to just treat them like her kids. Like, sit your motherfucking ass down and don't be getting in trouble. Like, she just want to flip the fuck out.
After rulings on those, Your Honor. Thank you. And I ask that those be admitted for record purposes, 29 through 31, defense exhibits.
She gonna turn into scheme team on their ass and start threatening their ass and shit. What the fuck?
All right, no objection for record.
29 through 31.
And you can't convince me that the district attorney, aka prosecutors in this case, did not know that they should not do such thing. Like, why else would you do that though? Because you're trying to throw this fucking case.
The defense exhibits.
But clearly it didn't work because the case is still going on. But look at all the fucking hurdles this judge has to deal with already by people that know better. You got one side bringing they fucking paralegal. The bitch got a motherfucking laptop that's ring-ding-a-linging. It's got ringtones and all. And then, the fucking prosecutor, they just fucking up. Oh, yeah, let's have this interview. Bitch, you know damn well the jury ain't even supposed to watch this shit, let alone you going to talk to the fucking media. Come on, man.
Admitted for record purposes. I'm gonna take
Yeah, can't she hold him in, like, contempt of court and shit for, a certain amount of days or some shit like that?
brief recess to go and watch this. In all probability, I will bring our jury panel in and question them individually as to whether or not they viewed or were aware of this. I'm so curious to know, did you know that this was coming?
Ma'am, I was made aware of that interview this morning by Mr. Mola. I was unaware of it until tonight.
So where's Mr. Crusoe?
I haven't had a chance to talk to Judge Crusoe this morning, Your Honor.
Curious. All right, give me 10 minutes to watch this video.
She's hot. She big mad. I feel it though. Shit. Let me see. All right. Okay, hold on.
So there will not be any video of them. And I'm going to question them as to whether or not they are aware of or watched or heard any of last evening's video.
We have audio only then?
No.
No audio.
Just, you said you go to the seal?
Yes.
Please go to the seal. Because I don't want, the one question they had for me was to help maintain their anonymity. So, if you know your friend's voice, you know your friend. So no, please no.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
All right, then we go over here, and this is Amber Guyger trial day one. Witness Alyssa Fendley and Sergeant Robert Watson. So let's go.
Please call your first witness.
Your Honor, State of Texas calls Lisa Finley.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony
All my life, she gotta made me like, okay, we gonna be on our best behavior, Judge. Like, for real, for real. But I respect her, though. She seems no business. She ain't got time for bullshit. I'll be fucking around in her courtroom. I feel that shit. You know what I mean? Think about all the shit that judges really, I mean, on some real shit. They gotta think about a lot of shit. They gotta review a lot of shit, a lot of paperwork. They don't got time to be fucking playing and shit. And the people that was involved in this case or any case, they know what they is or is not supposed to be doing. So it's just crazy as hell. But who is this lady? Let's see.
It will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you very much.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Finley. I guess before we get started, because I want you to talk a little bit about Bo, so that the jury kind of knows a little bit about this man. Let's talk a little bit about you. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about yourself.
I am a project coordinator for a health insurance company in New York. I am a mother of 3 boys and a member of the Church of Christ.
And who is both of them drawn to you?
Both of them was my little brother. He was 9 years younger than me. He was my friend. He was my person.
Did you guys always have a very close relationship, or was that something that happened later in life?
I would say we've always had a close relationship because we were raised as a close family. So we were always in contact. We've always maintained a friendship to the point where we were like best friends. Mm-hmm.
How often did you talk to Bo?
I spoke to him almost every day, either by telephone or text message. We always had contact every day.
And I want to take this moment for you to show the jury and tell the jury about his family, his mom. What's his mom's name?
Allison Shaw.
Would you stand up, please? And Bo's dad?
Bertram Shaw.
Bertram. And Brant is his younger brother?
Brant Shaw.
Okay. And that's Bo's grandma, right?
Gloria Charles, yes.
Okay. What kind of, y'all can have a seat, thank you so much. Tell me about the family dynamic. Where did y'all grow up? What was Bo's kind of relationship as, I guess, like a middle-ish child? Tell us a little bit about that.
We grew up in St. Lucia. It's a Caribbean island. Growing up, both of them was always very active. I would say he was a little adventurous. One time, he was at the house and he decided to get on our dog and have the dog run around the house with him like a horse, and he loved it. I was in a panic, but that was the type of person he was. When he started high school, he started a choir at the high school. He also started song leading at our church, Church of Christ, and he fell in love with music. He even wrote songs, church songs. We found 4 songs that he wrote, all about Christ and wanting to get to heaven.
Did Bo have a very close personal relationship with God?
He did.
Important in his life?
Yes, we grew up in the church. From the womb, we've always been going to church.
How is it that you and Bo, both being from St. Lucia, how did you guys end up here in the States?
I moved when I was 19 to go to school. He took the same path where he applied for Harding University and got accepted and transitioned to America as well.
Okay. So it was an educational opportunity that brought him to this country, is that
yes.
right? Okay. Now, I guess without any further ado, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Elise, I want to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 1. Can you tell me who this is in this photograph?
That's both of them.
Okay. And can you tell me when this photograph was taken? Do you know?
I know it was taken at Harding University outside the Rock House. I would say maybe 2014.
Okay. And does this fairly and accurately depict your brother Bo?
Yes.
I offer States 1.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish. Bo's got a big smile on his face. Is that uncommon?
No.
Tell me about Bo. Tell me about his demeanor. You know, we have people that we walk through life with that are always serious. We have some angry people. We have happy people. Where did Bo fit on the spectrum?
He was always a happy person. He loved having fun. He was a fun-loving person. Always saw the greener side of everything.
So you said that he was accepted to Harding University. What kind of academic discipline was he interested in?
He graduated with a double major in accounting and management information systems.
And then give us an idea of how his education and then his future career opportunities, how did that kind of unfold for him?
He got accepted to an internship with PwC while he was at Harding here in Dallas. When he came out here, they put him up in a hotel and he called and FaceTime. He was so excited just to have the opportunity. Then when he got accepted into the internship, he called crying. He was so over the moon. And from that internship, he got hired as an accountant for PwC.
And what is PwC?
PricewaterhouseCoopers is an accounting firm.
Okay. This must have been quite an honor for him. It's a very prestigious firm.
It is, yes.
Was he excited about where his life was going, not only in the church, but also in his career?
Yes, he was very excited. I tried to convince him to move to New York with me, even with PwC, because they're out there as well. But he had a career path in mind, and he wanted to get to a senior level before he transitioned to any other place.
Okay, you wanted him to be close to you.
I did, yes. Because he was my baby brother. I'm a little overprotective of my siblings and my children, so I wanted him close.
And that was that his long-term goal, was to get up there close to you as well?
Not really.
That was more what you wanted.
Right, it was my long-term goal for him, yeah.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit more about the events on September 6th. Did you talk to Bill on September the 6th?
I did. I spoke with him.
What was his general mood? I mean, the rules of evidence, unfortunately, they don't allow you to talk about statements that were made outside of a courtroom. Okay, so I can't ask you what you guys talked about or what he said. Okay. But I want you to tell me, what was his general mood?
He was happy. Can I tell you why?
Well, only if you know from independent reasons. You can't. Let me ask you this: was Bo's birthday coming up soon?
Yes, his birthday was coming up, and he was very excited about that. We went back and forth about presents for about a month. So our conversation was in part about his present for his birthday.
Okay, well, what was it you were planning on getting Bo for his birthday?
Well, I decided, and prior we had a conversation, that I would give him pots and pans because he had only 2 in his apartment. So I wanted to get him a full set because it's the grown-up thing to do. So he agreed. But when I spoke to him that day, he said he wanted Drake tickets because apparently Drake was in concert at some point. So I told him, well, I thought we agreed that you were going to be a grown-up this year. And he said, okay, fine, yes, get me the pots and pans. So we agreed on that.
You agreed on that?
Yes.
I see. So the pots and pans weren't a huge hit with him initially?
No.
Okay. All right. I do want to talk with you about something a little bit more serious.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you were made aware that after Bo had been shot, when the police were in his home, they found a baggie of marijuana.
Right.
Were you aware that Bo smoked marijuana?
I was aware.
Can you give the jury an idea why you believe he would partake in marijuana?
While he was at Harding, he was diagnosed with ADHD, and he was prescribed Adderall. And he started taking the Adderall, but he always complained he didn't like how it made him feel. Like, one, he couldn't sleep while he was on Adderall. And then for him to sleep, he would have to stop taking it completely. And then he described it as crashing when he stopped taking it. So it was always back and forth with it. So he stopped taking it completely, and that's when he started smoking.
Okay. Listen, I'm not a judge. Right, wrong, or indifferent, this is the reason why he chose to smoke marijuana.
Right.
Was it anything evil on his part, or was this the way in which he felt he medicated himself so that he could cope?
That was his coping.
Okay. So I want to ask you this. Did Bo ever manifest any weird reactions to marijuana, or was it kind of like the typical effect of a person smoking marijuana? I mean, did he turn into a crazy lunatic?
No, he would be mellow. Same both of them, just laughing more, but nothing extraordinary.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about that particular day a little bit more. Do you know what Bo's plans were for that particular evening?
We spoke about, I asked him if he would be watching the football game, because it was the first game of the season, the NFL season, and he thought the season already started, so he was excited that he didn't miss it, because he had a fantasy football league, so it was crucial that he watched the games. So his plan was to stay home.
All right, hold on. I want to, there's this, the video is not the same one that she had played, but it's on the same lines as this. And this one was 10 months ago, and this is the prosecutor, whatever. There's one from a couple of days ago, but I don't know how I would get that, because I don't have Instagram on here, whatever. But this is basically what he was talking about.
To Amber Guyger a moment, the Dallas police officer who shot and killed Botham Jean. You said murder is the correct charge in that case. Tell us how this works. Will you instruct prosecutors to tell the grand jury that could be a charge? How do you plan to pursue this case moving forward?
So let's talk about how the system works. The police can decide how to charge a case, but that is not binding on the district attorney here or any other county in the state of Texas. It may be less, it may be more, or it may be the same. And so in this case, based on what I know, and that's from you guys, because what you all have reported, nothing else has gotten out into the public airways, so to speak, I think that murder would be the most appropriate charge under the circumstances, but I don't know everything. I anticipate that case will go to the grand jury before the end of the year, and we'll have a resolution one way or the other.
And John,
And watch that game that night.
Damn it, I didn't even fucking A. I hate when I fucking unmute, when I forget to mute myself. So basically I had said, I'm scared. I don't know when I thought I'd been unmuted. But anyway, y'all heard that article, right? Are y'all heard that, right? That the dude had said. So basically what I was saying is, the article that she had shared with me is Fox 4, KDFW, and I'm gonna leave the link or whatever in the chat. But the only reason why I don't want to play it is because a lot of the little music or whatever that they have for the news, if you don't have like them already in your credits, they can like do a content ID strike on you or some way fuck you over, and I don't want to initiate that. That's what I was saying. So I will leave the link to said thing, but basically the portion that we just viewed was pretty much on the lines of what he was saying, but I'll share the article with you guys as well.
Did he, whether or not he had any other plans? I mean, did he have a girlfriend who was staying over or anything like that?
He did not mention that.
Okay. Do you know, was Bo in any kind of a significant relationship at the time?
He started seeing Cynthia, I think her name is, a few weeks before. It wasn't anything serious. It didn't get to that point as yet, and I just know he started seeing a few weeks before.
When did you find out what had happened to Bo?
I received a call from Baylor University Hospital. It was about a little after midnight on the 7th. New York is an hour ahead, so it was after midnight from my time. I received a call from a social worker, and she asked me a few questions.
I see your ear, George.
Do I know both?
Thank you for letting me know sometimes, you guys. I've been getting kind of better at it a little bit sometimes, but I like, when you guys let me know, like, shit, fuck. I just be getting frustrated trying to remember what I had said. But salute, you guys. Thank you so much.
What is his date of birth? What is his address? Where does he work? And then she told me that he was brought in with a gunshot wound and he succumbed to his injuries.
Help us understand, how does a person process that?
At first I didn't believe it because it was just not anything that I would expect. When I got the call, I thought maybe it was a car accident. So I wasn't expecting to hear that he was shot. I know I just immediately became cold. It just didn't make sense to me.
How long did it take you before you finally accepted the reality that Bo was gone?
Honestly, I don't think I've accepted it as yet. I think it will still take time. Sometimes I have still called his number because he's still in my favorites on my phone. So I've called sometimes just to see if he will answer. So I haven't accepted it as yet.
Do you still miss him?
I miss him every single day. Being in Dallas is hard, that he's not here. So I miss him.
Did you come to Dallas looking for some answers?
I did. I came also looking for closure because I think having this hurdle, just getting over this hurdle will probably lead to healing. So I'm hoping for that this portion to be finally over and done with so my entire family can heal.
Who had to tell Allison and Bertram about that?
I did.
Tell me how that went.
I really, when I hung up the phone with the hospital, my first thought was to not tell them because I wanted, especially my mother, to have just one more good night of sleep before getting the news. But I decided against it, and she was at my house in New York at the time. So I went and I just repeated the words the social worker told me.
I imagine that must have been heart-wrenching for them.
It was. My mom immediately started crying, like just bust out in tears. She started dialing the number for Bertram and the words just couldn't come out. So I took the phone from her and told him again, just repeated the words. I called my aunt, same thing, I just repeated the words because I didn't at the time process the words. So I was just repeating it to them.
I want to ask you another question about the police investigation inside Bo's apartment.
Mm-hmm.
They found a series of 3 medications, an anti-nausea, I think an anti-inflammatory, and a pain medication.
Mm-hmm.
Had Bo had any kind of surgical or dental work recently?
Yes, he had a wisdom tooth removed. He was on a plan to have all 4 removed, but they were doing it one at a time. So he had the first one removed a few weeks before that. Mm-hmm.
And has that been kind of a painful process for him?
It was. I know a few days after it happened, the tooth was pulled, he stayed home. He was on a strict liquid diet, soups, hot food. So he was eating soups every day. He even took a picture of the Chick-fil-A soup and sent it to me. And that day, September 6th, he finally got the okay to eat ice cream.
Was that good progress for Bo?
Yes, he was very excited about eating ice cream because he loves ice cream. He loved ice cream. Even as a child, we used to call him Milky Way because he just loved eating ice cream. Anything milky, he's all for it.
So September the 6th, 2018 was the day, obviously, that Bo got shot. Did you meet with a Texas Ranger on Saturday, September the 8th, 2018?
I did.
Okay. And again, I can't ask you to go over the question and answers, but I want to ask you this question. You were aware that the Texas Rangers had just started the investigation into this particular case, is that right?
Yes.
Was your impression, having talked to the Texas Rangers right after they started this investigation, that they were going to give a fair investigation to Bo?
I did not.
Object to relevance, Judge.
Sustained.
I'll ask the witness.
I have no questions.
They should be excused.
Oh, Judge, actually, may I recall, Ms. Finley, I had one other matter I wanted to show her. May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Elisa, I'm sorry I forgot about this.
Judge, we'll stipulate that the autopsy photo is the same as the same individual that's in State's Exhibit number 1. Just we'll offer that stipulation.
And we'll offer State's Exhibit 2 for all purposes.
Thank you. It's admitted for all purposes.
I have no other questions.
No.
Ms. Finley,
Nothing further, Judge.
may she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Earlier, you said that you may have some objections to her remaining in the courtroom. Do you still have any objections to
I don't
this?
see any factual, I don't see any basis for that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Finley. You may rejoin your family.
All right, so sister gets called down. Here comes Sergeant Robert Watson. I would imagine this is the sergeant of the killer. I'm gonna call her the killer. Every trial we do, I'm just gonna call them, you know, whatever they did or whatever. Fuck it, shit. Amber Guyger, the killer. No shit, they didn't. Oh man, I knew it was coming. They got us, y'all. Y'all already know. Abort mission. Now we gonna have to take this to the next live stream or whatever. They ain't even allowing it. Let me see. Oh damn. Alright, let's go. I'll meet y'all in the next live stream or whatever. They on bullshit. I'll see y'all in a